Chapter 834. Buzz. A powerful shockwave spread out in front of the Arctic Hall's main entrance. The crowd that was charging towards it was blown away like fallen leaves being swept away by the autumn wind. Soon after, two swift and fierce figures shot into the Arctic Hall one after the other like streaks of light chasing after the moon. Rumble. The sky trembled and the stars shone. The 8 stars in the 9 heavens resonated with the 7-star pagodas and the North Pole Hall, causing the 7-star city to shake violently. Everyone in the city was attracted by the North Pole Hall. Gu Yongzhan, a ruthless person from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Lu Tao, a famous person from the Taiching sect. Seeing the two of them disappear into the North Pole Hall, the people from Mount Kunliu heaved a sigh of relief. On the high platform, Song Yujie, who was trembling in fear, knelt in front of Chu Hen. He looked pitiful like a stray dog. Just a moment ago, this place was the focal point of countless people. The appearance of the North Pole Hall made everyone forget about this place. Chu Hen, get ready to retreat. Dan Jin said solemnly. If Lu Tao wasn't here, Mount Kunliu would still have a chance against the Taiching sect. However, the former was here. It was said that before the ancient desolate heaven territory opened, Dan Zhen already knew that Lu Tao's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Now that he had come out of one of the Star Secret Realms, his strength had probably advanced to the 8th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Such a strong opponent was not something that Chu Hen could fight against. Since Lu Tao had not come out of the North Pole Hall, it was best for Mount Kunliu to retreat. Although Mu Feng, Haozi, and Hua Shui were still in the other 3-star secret realms, the people from the Taiching sect did not know them. However, the people of the Taiching sect did not recognize the 3 of them. When they retreated, they left a signal mark. They believed that they would be able to catch up as soon as possible. Still want to leave? Humph. Boom. A pile of rubble burst out from the ruins of a half-collapsed attic. Then, a woman with a gloomy expression flashed out. Reiki energy surged all over Li Fengqing's body. Beautiful runes gathered around him, forming beams of flowing light. He stared angrily at Chu Hen and scolded coldly. No matter how far you run, I won't let you go. Humph. The corners of Chu Hen's mouth curled into a sneer. Run? With just you guys? Buzz. Then, Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. He turned to Lang Lingyan and the others and said, This is such a good opportunity. If we miss it, we'll have to wait for 1,000 years. What? Everyone was stunned, and they instantly had a bad feeling. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of air rippled out beside Chu Hen's feet. Song Yujie was once again sent flying tens of meters away. At the same time that he crashed onto the ground, Chu Hen had already transformed into a beam of resplendent light that shot into the sky. He immediately leaped into the main entrance of the North Pole Hall. Boom! The people who were sent flying by Lu Tao and Gu Yongzhan were once again stopped in their tracks by the powerful wave of air. A ray of light flashed in front of them. The main entrance of the North Pole Hall rippled. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen disappeared into the luxurious and sacred light screen. Seeing this scene, Dan Zhen, Ling Tao, Fu Qin, and the others couldn't help but feel a headache. Did he think that the matter wasn't big enough? The 7-star city was already chaotic enough. Did Chu Hen still want to make the water even more chaotic? Senior Sister Lingyan, we don't say any more. Lang Lingyan raised her jade-like hand and interrupted Dan Zhen's question. Her beautiful eyes flashed with determination as she said solemnly, We will listen to sect leaders' orders. Buzz! A dazzling light flashed in front of him. It was as if he had gone through a teleportation array. In that instant, the world spun and Chu Hen immediately entered a vast world. Is this the North Pole Hall's secret realm? It's so King spectacular. Such dense spiritual energy. It's at least 50 to 60 times stronger than the victorious East State. Noisy discussions came from all directions. Chu Hen found himself standing on a teleportation platform in the sky. This teleportation platform floated in the air like a large, stationary meteorite in the endless universe. The entire platform was covered in crisscrossing ancient and mysterious patterns. They were deep and stable, as if they were imprints left behind by the roots of an old tree. Extreme Star Platform. 3 bold and sharp words were engraved on a stone tablet that was over 10 meters tall. The Extreme Star Platform was just like a harbor in the vast universe. Chu Hen looked in all directions, and what entered his eyes were the stars that filled the sky. Every star shone with a holy radiance. They seemed to be within reach, but also seemed so far away. In such a majestic and vast environment, anyone would feel as if they were a drop in the ocean. While Chu Hen was observing his surroundings, the people who had entered before him had already spread out and started to trace those stars. The surface of every star was covered with strange and mysterious runes. When someone touched the runes with their palm, they immediately shone brightly. All sorts of pure and vigorous energy gushed out like a spring, filling all the major meridians of the human body and fusing with the violet palace. What a huge amount of energy. I've been stuck at this bottleneck for almost 3 years. I actually broke through today. Me too. There's even martial arts up there. In an instant, all sorts of excited and joyful shouts resounded in the surroundings. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. He was not moved by the high-quality resources in front of him. After thinking for a short while, his figure moved, turning into a ray of light as he flew in a certain direction. Junior apprentice Brother Chu Hen, he? Just as Chu Hen left, the group from Mount Kunliu also arrived at the Extreme Star Platform. Before they had the time to ask or communicate, everyone saw that only Chu Hen's back was left. Don't chase after him. Lang Lingyan shook her head. I think he has something important to do. Let's just mind our own business for now. The companions from Mount Kunliu did not chase after him. On the contrary, Chu Hen felt the boundless freedom of a fish in the vast ocean and a bird in the vast sky. In fact, Chu Hen enjoyed the freedom of moving alone. Swish! The deeper he went into the secret realm, the more amazed Chu Hen was. It was just a North Pole hall, but it was connected to another world. Above, below, in front, to the left and right, Chu Hen seemed to have entered the mysterious galaxy of the universe. He was like a shooting star, constantly shuttling back and forth, incomparably dazzling. Chu Hen's footsteps did not stop as he looked at the surrounding stars. There was only one goal, and that was the Seven Souls Palace. Where did they go? Chu Hen frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice, "Buzz." Just as Chu Hen was secretly anxious to find traces of the people from the Seven Souls Palace, a strange energy fluctuation actually came from Chu Hen's body. The sacred winged, heavenly flame bird's mocking voice reached his ears. "Rascal, are you planning to be the Oriole?" Chu Hen smiled faintly. "Indeed, after staying in my stomach for so long, you can already guess what I'm thinking." "Humph. With your little thoughts, do I even need to guess?" The sacred winged, heavenly flame bird sneered. The moment the extreme North Hall appeared, the people from the Seven Souls Palace were the first to enter, coupled with the performance of Yen Jinbei and the others. Chu Hen could basically confirm that the people from the Seven Souls Palace most likely knew about the existence of the extreme North Hall. They were clearly the descendants of a fallen kingdom, but they knew secrets that even large sects did not know. This was enough to prove that the rise of the Seven Souls ancient kingdom, the Seven-Star Soul Pearl, the Seven-Star Sacred Scripture, and a series of other things were all related to the Seven-Star City. As long as it was a secret that was related to these matters, Chu Hen would be interested in it. The most important point was that Chu Hen really hated this group of people. Since the hatred between the two sides could not be resolved, He might as well add fuel to the fire. Can you track their location? Chu Hen asked. No, the magnetic field here is too strong. It's very difficult to locate the target. Is that so? But I think you definitely have a way. That's why you took the initiative to find me. Humph. The sacred winged heavenly flame bird snorted, as if it was a little dissatisfied after being exposed. Chu Hen revealed a smile. If you have an idea, say it quickly. I'm in a hurry. After all, he still had to take care of the people from Mount Kunliu. So Chu Hen had to quickly finish the matter with the Seven Souls Palace and meet up with the team. The Tai Ching sect was not a group that could be taken lightly. I think anyone would get lost in such a big place. The sacred winged heavenly flame bird did not directly answer Chu Hen's question. But I see that the people from the Seven Souls Palace are full of confidence. Chu Hen said, That's right, because they have a guiding light. What guiding light? You also have this thing. I also have it? Chu Hen was stunned. Then his eyelids twitched, and his eyes bloomed with surprise. Star Soul Pearl. Buzz, buzz. Immediately, Chu Hen's mind moved, and wisps of starlight flowed out of his body and climbed up his left arm. The intertwining starlight gathered in his palm like vines, forming the pattern of the Big Dipper. Among them, the 4 stars were the brightest. These were the 4 star soul pearls that Chu Hen had obtained. As the power of the star soul pearl was released, in the next second, Chu Hen suddenly felt a mysterious and obscure fluctuation coming from another direction. This obscure fluctuation was like the subtle sound of the wind that came from thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of rivers, a sea of people. It could not be caught, nor could it be fathomed, but it could be sensed. It really works. Chu Hen was overjoyed. An arc flashed in the air, and he instantly changed his direction. At the same time, the corners of his mouth curled up in a devilish smile. Chapter 835. Seven Souls Mansion. I, Chu Hen, am coming. Guiding light, star soul pearl. The saint-winged heavenly flame sparrow's reminder allowed Chu Hen to walk out of the thick fog immediately. Under the guidance of the 4 star soul pearls, Chu Hen quickly moved in the direction he was pointing at. The vast and endless stars were like the treasures that adorned this world. Swoosh! Chu Hen was like a meteor flying across the night sky as he shuttled between the stars and meteorites. About half an hour later, a few familiar auras entered Chu Hen's perception range. Looking at the few blurry silhouettes in front of him, the last trace of doubt in Chu Hen's heart disappeared. He quietly retracted the energy of the star soul pearl and retracted his aura to its most subtle state. All he had to do now was to follow them from afar. The meteorites that hovered in the sky became the best cover for Chu Hen. Although the people from the Seven Souls Mansion were cautious and would occasionally look around for any changes, they did not notice anything. There were more than 10 people from the Seven Souls Mansion. The first prince, Yan Jinbei, was the first to lead the group. Yan Ludong and Yan Rong followed closely behind him, and their faces were surging with excitement that was difficult to restrain. Imperial brother, how much longer until we reach the inner palace? Yan Ludong asked excitedly. Soon. Yan Jinbei, on the other hand, was calm and collected. Alkaid's star is getting more and more restless. Everyone's eyes lit up as a joyful expression appeared on their faces. Yan Jinbei continued to say, Pay attention to the movements nearby. Don't let anyone take advantage of this critical moment. Don't worry. Imperial brother, I've been keeping watch. No one knows where we are right now. Moreover, no one knows about the 7 star soul pearl and the inner palace. Yan Ludong said confidently. Yan Rong narrowed her eyes and said, It's better to be careful. Yan Rong narrowed her eyes and said, It's better to be careful. Lu Tao of the Tai Ching sect and Gu Yongzhan of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion are both in 7 Star City. Although they didn't notice us, we are the first batch to rush in, so it's hard to guarantee that no one will be suspicious. Lu Tao, Gu Yongzhan. Yan Jinbei frowned with a hint of mockery. Once I obtain that thing, these two people will no longer be a threat. A scorching light flashed in Yan Jinbei's eyes. And that bastard Chu Hen, Yan Rong added hatefully, if it wasn't for him, third imperial brother, imperial uncle, and elder Mu would be with us now. When we get out of here, the first thing we'll do is tear him to pieces. Yan Jinbei's expression turned cold as a sneer appeared on his face. Time ticked by. The members of the Seven Souls Palace continued to venture deeper into the mystic realm. From start to finish, Chu Hen maintained a fixed distance and was extremely cautious. Compared to before, there were more and more meteorites floating in the surroundings. It was like crossing a galaxy. The scene was so spectacular that it felt like a dream. As Chu Hen followed closely behind the Seven Souls Palace team, he also kept an eye out to see if anyone else was secretly following them. After all, everyone wanted to be the Oriole, but many people ended up as the Mantis. What made Chu Hen feel at ease was that not many people seemed to know the secret. Buzz, buzz! The further they went, the more intense the undulations from the 4-star soul pearls in Chu Hen's body became. These undulations could actually affect Chu Hen's emotions. He felt like he was a traveler who had been away for a long time and was about to return home. It was truly mysterious. At this moment, Chu Hen was 100% sure that the 7-star soul pearls came from the ancient Desolation Heaven Domain. The rise of the Seven Souls ancient kingdom 1,000 years ago was definitely related to the ancient Desolation Heaven Domain. Connecting all the clues together, what awaited Chu Hen seemed like the truth was about to come to light. Imperial brother, look ahead! Yan Liudong's excited words leapt out of his mouth, and the hearts of the Seven Souls Palace members brightened. In front of them was a ring-shaped galaxy. The massive ring-shaped galaxy was formed by countless meteorites. The meteorites varied in size, ranging from the size of a mountain palace to the size of a millstone. A river of meteorites surrounded a dazzling silver sphere like a divine ring. The luxurious and holy light was like a full moon. The meteorite river was like a halo that lingered outside the heavens. It was magnificent and stimulated everyone's visual nerves. It's here. The first prince, Yan Jinbei's face was illuminated by the bright starlight, and his eyes surged with dense joy. He didn't hesitate to increase his speed and lead everyone through the meteorite river at the periphery, directly charging towards the enormous heavenly sphere. Buzz! A dazzling light blossomed, and the group was immediately engulfed by the magnificent splendor. Seeing this situation, Chu Hen, who was at the back, also increased his movement speed. A lightning-like luster flashed across his deep eyes. Whoosh! It was a feast for the eyes to take in. When the members of the Seven Souls Palace landed on the sturdy ground, they were greeted by an astonishingly extravagant scene. A palace made purely of crystal. The walls, the tiles, the pillars, even the stairs and the floor tiles under everyone's feet, without exception, were all made of bright and clear white crystals. Hiss! Everyone shook their heads. In comparison, the buildings of the large sects outside were not even a millionth of the palace in front of them. Is this the legendary palace within the palace? The second prince, Yan Liudong, could not help but exclaim. At this moment, the crown prince, Yan Jinbei, who had always been calm, could no longer maintain his composure. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with excitement. I finally found it. The crystal palace in front of them was extremely extravagant. However, as they walked up the steps, the door of the palace was tightly shut. On the door of the palace, there were ancient and mysterious runes and numbers that were difficult to understand. They were strange, like birds, beasts, and vines. Yan Rong stared at the door and tried to see what was inside. However, both her vision and perception were mercilessly blocked outside. Brother, what's inside? Yan Rong asked the question in her heart. She was not the only one. Even Yan Liudong looked at Yan Jinbei expectantly. In the entire Seven Souls Palace, there were only 3 people who knew this secret: the Alcade Star Spirit Envoy, the Alcade Monarch, and Yen Jinbei. The first 2 had died in the hands of Chu Hen in Kongyu City. In the end, Yen Jinbei was the only one who knew the secret. As the crown prince of the Seven Souls Palace, he shouldered the heavy responsibility of restoring the nation. Yen Jinbei was a scheming person. Ever since he entered the ancient, desolate heaven domain, he had never revealed this secret. Yen Rong and Yen Ludong only knew about the palace within the North Pole Palace. They did not know the exact reason. Yen Jinbei raised his head and smiled. Since we're already here, there's no need to hide it from all of you. The thing inside is 7 star soul. At that instant, Yen Ludong, Yen Rong, and the others narrowed their eyes. They looked at each other in confusion. 7 star soul? 7 star soul pearl? Yes, that's not it. Yen Jinbei shook his head with a smile. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Back in the 100 Nations continent, there was a saying, when the 7 star soul pearl is gathered, its power is comparable to a god weapon. However, I'd like to ask all of you if this saying is correct or not. When the 7 star soul pearl is gathered, its power is comparable to a god weapon. Was this saying correct or not?" "I don't think it's right." Yen Rong expressed her thoughts without hesitation. She pursed her lips and said, "The Alcade Star's power is too weak. It's not even comparable to a medium saint weapon. Although the 7 star soul pearl's power can be stacked, it's impossible for it to be comparable to a god weapon." Yen Ludong said, "I think it's wrong too. If the 7 star soul pearl is really able to release the power of a god weapon, why would our 7 souls kingdom be attacked by a few small fries?" Chapter 836. You're right. The power of the 7 star pearl is indeed far from the level of a divine weapon because the 7 souls nation's great ancestor didn't take away a complete 7 star soul pearl. What? After listening to Yen Jinbei's explanation, everyone from the 7 Souls Palace was astonished. Not a complete 7 star soul pearl? Yen Ludong and Yen Rong looked at each other before the latter could not help but ask, "Aren't there only 7 star soul pearls? Is the number wrong?" Yen Jinbei shook his head and looked up coldly. "There are 7. However, they're soulless." Soulless? The 2 of them were even more surprised. "The national treasure of our 7 souls nation can only be called a star pearl and not a star soul pearl." Yen Jin turned to the north and pointed at the supremely luxurious crystal palace before everyone. "The star soul we're looking for is in there. Only when the pearl and soul are fused together would it be a true 7 star soul pearl. If the 7 star soul pearls are gathered together, it would be able to draw upon the might of the stars in the 9 heavens and sweep through the world. And it would be able to go against the might of a divine weapon." Rumble. After listening to the other party's explanation, the others were shocked. Their hearts surged like raging waves, and their faces were filled with shock. "I see. But why didn't the great ancestor take the 7 star soul with him?" Yen Rong asked. "If he could, why would he wait until now? It's not like we didn't see the cruelty of the battle in the ancient, desolate heaven territory. 1,000 years ago, the great ancestor must have gone through a lot to obtain the 7 star soul. I'm afraid it'll be as difficult as ascending to heaven if he wants to obtain the 7 star soul from here," Yen Ludong explained. Yen Jinbei nodded before shaking his head. "You're partially right. It was indeed difficult for the great ancestor to obtain the 7 star soul pearl, but that's not the case. Oh! After the battle in the ancient, desolate heaven territory, the great ancestor took 3 items from the 7 star city. The first is the 7 star soul, the second is the Big Dipper heavenly star technique that we cultivate, and the third, Yen Rong and Yen Ludong knew the first 2 items very well. The 7 star soul pearl was the national treasure, and the Big Dipper heavenly star technique was also known as the 7 star saint scripture. Buzz! The air trembled slightly, and a white light flashed. A dark black box suddenly appeared in Yan Jinbei's hand. The corners of Yan Rong's eyes narrowed. She could tell at a glance that this black box was the same one Chu Hen had given to the Seven Souls Palace a few months ago. According to Chu Hen, the other party had a deal with the Dubhe Star Spirit Envoy a few years ago. The Dubhe Star Soul Pearl belonged to Chu Hen, but the latter had to find the descendants of the Seven Souls Kingdom's royal family and give them the black box. Previously, he did not pay much attention to this box that did not look exquisite. Now, it seemed that things were not as complicated as she had imagined. Under everyone's puzzled and expectant gazes, Yan Jinbei slowly opened the box, and a brilliant ray of light shone out from the crack. It was as if the sun was shining through the clouds in an instant. A dazzling item appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is... Yan Rong widened her eyes, frowned, and clenched her fists. There was a strange key lying in the black box. This key was about the length of an adult's palm and about half an inch thick. It glowed with a glazed luster and was decorated with runes. It was very dazzling. This item is called the Star Key, and it's the only key to open the door of this palace. Yan Jinbei could not help but be moved. With his back facing everyone, he held the Star Key in his hand and walked towards the crystal palace in front of him. As he approached the door, he continued to explain. This is the third treasure that Great Ancestor brought out 1,000 years ago. At that time, Great Ancestor did not know what it was. Later on, he began to study the silk scroll that contained the Star Key, and finally found out the secret of inside the North Pole Palace, Middle Palace, 7-star soul pearls. The Great Ancestor of the Seven Souls Kingdom was also a meticulous and shrewd person. After understanding the secret of the Star Key, he destroyed the silk scroll, and the only people who knew the secret were 7 of his most trusted confidants. These 7 confidants were the 7-star soul envoys who guarded the 7-star pearls and the 7 souls' ancient kingdom's starry spine formation. Since then, the secret of the North Pole Palace's inner hall had always been closely guarded. Only when the new emperor took over and the 7 great star spirit envoys took over the position would it be passed on to the next generation. Relying on the 7-star bead and the Big Dipper heavenly star technique, the Seven Souls nation rose up in the 100 Kingdoms province and continued to prosper. It was also because of this that the Seven Souls country walked towards destruction. As the saying goes, success is due to 7 stars, and death is also due to 7 stars. As for whether it was due to the king's incompetence in ruling the country, allowing foreign enemies to take advantage of the situation, or some other reason, there was no need to investigate the source. The fall of the Seven Souls country was too sudden. The descendants of the imperial family were destitute and destitute. They fled to the eastern Victory State. 6 of the 7-star spirit envoys had perished. Apart from the Alcade star bead, the other 6 beads had all fallen into the hands of others. Ta-ta-ta! Yan Jinbei walked steadily up the steps of the palace. His heavy voice was especially loud. Actually, more than 10 years ago, Elder Mu had often sent people back to the 100 Kingdoms province to search for the whereabouts of the Key of Star and the Dubhe Star Soul Pearl, but it was all in vain. But I never expected that someone would actually personally deliver the Key of Star to me. Personally deliver to me. When he said this, Yan Jinbei's voice was both excited and filled with endless killing intent. It had to be said that as the leader of the 7 great star spirit envoys, the Dubhe Star Spirit Envoy was really resourceful. The other party used the Dubhe Star Soul Pearl as bait and used Chu Hen to find the descendants of the 7 Souls country's royal family. At that time, the 7 Souls Palace could take back 2 treasures at once. But unfortunately, the Dubhe Star Spirit Envoy made a mistake. No matter what, he never expected in a short 6 years, Chu Hen's growth rate would be so terrifying. In other words, if only Chu Hen had died in Kongyu City, then the Dubhe Star Spirit Envoy's plan would have been perfect. So many people died in exchange for the Key of Star. It's not a loss at all, huh? Yen Jinbei's face unwittingly revealed a cold smile. As the saying went, a general success was built on the bones of 10,000 people. He, who had been raised as the Restoration Emperor since young, knew this very well. Yen Rong, Yen Ludong, and the rest could not help but feel a chill down their backs. However, they were already used to Yen Jinbei's ruthless personality. But brother, we only have one Alcade Pearl. How are we going to fuse with the soul of the 7 stars? Yen Rong voiced out her confusion. It's fine. Yen Jinbei replied with anticipation. Once I obtain the soul of the 7 stars, it'll be a piece of cake to gather the 7 star beads. At that time, I'll get rid of the Azura sect, Illusory Rain sect, and Heavenly Cloud Manor who stole my national treasure. Up until now, the 7 Souls Palace still did not know that before the ancient, desolate Heaven Domain opened, the Azura sect, Illusory Rain sect, and Otherworldly Spirit sect no longer existed. They were replaced by the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Thousand Crane sect, and General Alliance. Step by step, Yen Jinbei's face was filled with hope. It was as if he was a new emperor who had ascended to the throne, basking in glory. Then, Yen Jinbei walked up to the tightly shut door of the palace. He carefully took out the key of star from the black box. Buzz, buzz. The instant the key of star was taken out, the entire crystal palace began to vibrate with a strange rhythm. At the same time, the ancient and mysterious runes on the palace door began to twist together, emitting a dazzling radiance. The two resonated with each other, raising the spirits of the 7 Souls Palace. Zap, zap. It was like the intersection of electric currents or the coiling of spirit snakes and vines. In the next instant, all of the runes on the palace door began to fuse into a single point. They twisted and spun, instantly turning into a keyhole that was more than half an inch wide. The deep and dark keyhole gave off an unfathomable aura. Yen Jinbei slowly raised the key of star in his hand and slowly placed it into the keyhole. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out as Yen Jinbei's arm moved, as if an ancient and mysterious ruin that had been sealed for a long time was about to open. Rumble! In an instant, an unprecedented majestic aura swept out from the crystal palace. Fierce winds began to blow, and waves of air filled the air. Rumble! A deep and narrow crack appeared on the palace door, extending to the top of the palace and down to the steps on the ground. Large amounts of crystal bricks shattered layer by layer, and crystal fragments filled the air like rain. Following the huge tremors, more and more cracks appeared on the luxurious crystal palace. Everyone from the 7 Souls Palace felt their hearts rise to their throats. It could be said that they were shaken to the core. Kacha! Kacha! In the blink of an eye, densely packed cracks covered the entire crystal palace. Bright and beautiful beams of light pierced through the cracks and soared into the sky. Boom! The majestic power stirred up a storm that was like a storm. Space trembled violently, and the magnificent crystal palace was actually split in two, as if a mountain had been split open from the middle. A silver pillar of light soared into the sky. Everyone from the 7 Souls Palace, including Yen Jinbei, was jolted backwards. And within the dazzling pillar of light, a 7-colored flower of reflection swayed in the wind. The bright and beautiful flower had 7 petals. Colorful light flowed around it, like a dancing girl. At times it was enchanting, and at other times it was pure and holy. It was as if the essence of a rainbow had gathered after a rain. It's it. I was right. Looking at the flower of reflection, Yen Jinbei's eyes lit up, and he was no longer as calm and composed as before. Ha! I finally obtained the soul of 7 stars. However, at this moment, the sound of rushing wind came from the area behind them. Under the cover of the bright starlight, the aura was extraordinary. Chapter 837. Thank you for leading the way. You don't have to worry about the rest. A frivolous and mocking voice came from the sky behind them. Everyone from the 7 Souls Palace was shocked. Compared to the intense tremors caused by the crystal palace splitting open, the the person who was hiding in the back was even more shocking. "It's you," Yen Rong shouted coldly. She was far too familiar with this voice because she had heard it in Seven Star City just now. "You're here to die." Yen Ludong was filled with killing intent. His eyes were as fierce as a wolf's. Without another word, he immediately flew up. Starlight erupted from his body, and he turned into a meteorite stone that shot towards Chu Hen. Yen Liudong's aura was extremely powerful as the raging waves surged over. He used a killing move right from the start. Chu Hen gave a frivolous smile, then similarly blossomed with starlight. Countless interweaving beams of light formed a rapidly rotating sphere around his body. The powerful energy was rapidly compressed together, and the energy density was unceasingly strengthened. "Go!" Buzz! The peerless silver sphere shot out and smashed towards the meteorite stone that Yen Ludong had turned into. In an instant, it was as if two stars had collided. Boom! There was a deafening sound, and the space was about to crack. The silver aftershock was like two overlapping tsunamis. A circle of powerful waves tore each other apart. However, in just one exchange, the meteorite stone that Yen Ludong had turned into was smashed into pieces. The power of the stars surrounding his body was completely shattered. Bang! Yen Liudong's body trembled. His eyes widened in anger, and he shouted, "Merak, kill! Bingo!" An indifferent and light tone came out from Chu Hen's mouth. Then a powerful force came crashing down. Yen Liudong's internal organs trembled. The blood in his body surged, and he quickly retreated. His expression was extremely ugly. Yen Jinbei's eyes darkened, and he shouted, "Stop him!" Then he leaped into the air and chased after the flower of the heart's reflection that was flickering with 7 colors. They had never imagined that Chu Hen would actually follow them here. Since there was only one Chu Hen, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be others following him. The most important thing right now was to collect the 7-star soul before dealing with other matters. He had defeated Yen Ludong in a single exchange. This caused the 7 Souls Palace's experts to be both shocked and furious. Everyone immediately unsheathed their swords and burst forth with a powerful aura, attacking Chu Hen head-on. "Kill him!" "Humph! There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Instead, you barge into hell where there's no door. You dare to come and find us alone? You're truly seeking death." These dozen or so people were the strongest group of people in the 7 Souls Palace. When they joined forces, their combat strength was quite spectacular. Chu Hen didn't dare be too careless. With a command in his heart, he directly withdrew the blue sky sword, and a myriad of sword moves surged out from within his body. He formed a sword seal with a single hand and controlled it from afar, causing the blue sky sword to transform into countless strands of sword chi that covered the sky and slashed towards the people before him. Xiao! Whoosh! The beautiful sword shadows collided with the vigorous starlight, creating thousands of sparks and waves of air. The wantonly splashing light patterns overlapped and intertwined like misty rain in the sky. Facing everyone's obstruction, Chu Hen's momentum was unstoppable. His moving footsteps never stopped. The 4th princess, Yen Rong, looked at the extraordinary Chu Hen and actually couldn't lift the hand that was holding the sword. The miserable scene of the 7 Souls Palace in Yu City kept flashing through her mind. The Alcade monarch was torn into pieces, the Alcade Star Soul envoy's head was pierced by Chu Hen's palm, and the 3rd prince, Yen Yinan, was crushed into meat paste by demonic beasts on that day. The 7 Souls Palace was wailing and blood flowed like a river. Even though several months had passed, Yen Rong couldn't hide the great fear in her heart when she faced Chu Hen again. "Kill him! We must kill him!" Yen Rong clenched her teeth. Only by killing Chu Hen could she truly get rid of the nightmare that had been haunting her. The bit of courage that struggled out from her heart made Yen Rong brace herself as she raised her sword and charged towards Chu Hen. Powerful starlight surged out of her body like a tide, but when she came into contact with Chu Hen's eyes that were filled with rumination, Yen Rong's heart couldn't help but tremble. An extremely bad premonition emerged in her heart. Boom! In an instant, a strange power was released from Chu Hen's body again. A pair of deep eyes were like sharp swords as they stared at Yen Rong, who was blocking in front of him. Following a hint of a demonic smile, a bewitching purple light surged within Chu Hen's pupils. The 4 black dots in the depths of his eyes rotated, and an invisible force went straight into the depths of Yen Rong's soul. However, the moment Yen Rong saw Chu Hen's purple eyes, she suddenly became absent-minded. Her eyes were blank, as if she had lost her soul. Fourth princess, stop him, what happened to you? Following the exclamations of the surrounding people, Yen Rong immediately woke up from her daze. However, it was only for a moment before a strong gust of wind blew past her ear. A swift and fierce shadow had already flashed behind her. Thank you, fourth princess. Chu Hen smiled mockingly. Yen Rong was shocked and furious. She quickly turned around, but it was too late. How could she catch up to Chu Hen's speed? However, at the same time, the first prince, Yen Jinbei, had already arrived in front of the 7-colored flower. He was less than 5 meters away from it. Although Chu Hen had passed through the 7 Souls Palace's obstruction at lightning speed, there was still a distance of almost 100 meters between him and Yen Jinbei. To Yen Jinbei, a distance of more than 90 meters was enough. Humph! Yen Jinbei sneered disdainfully. He quickly stretched out his palm toward the 7-colored flower. However, at the same time, a shocking surge of yin and yang qi appeared between heaven and earth. Chu Hen's arms swayed like a willow. He held the yang profound qi in one hand and the yin profound qi in the other. He put his palms together, and the tai chi yin and yang qi intertwined and rotated. An illusory yin-yang diagram spread out with Chu Hen as the center. Buzz, buzz! Suddenly, the space where Chu Hen and Yen Jinbei were in began to distort strangely. The vortex flowed, the universe rotated, and everything shifted. Greater teleportation art, along with a loud shout from Chu Hen, the space trembled. Whoosh! Chu Hen and Yen Jinbei were like 2 black and white dots in the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram as they rotated. The 7-star soul is mine. Yen Jinbei's face was filled with excitement as he looked at the 7-colored flower that was so close to him. A victorious smile appeared on his face. However, just as his fingertip was about to touch the 7-colored flower, the 7-colored flower suddenly disappeared. What? Yen Jinbei's smile immediately froze. It was replaced by intense hatred and killing intent. He suddenly realized that the space where he and Chu Hen were in had been switched. The 7-colored flower that was originally in his hand had now appeared in front of Chu Hen's finger in disbelief. Stop! Don't touch it! Hysterical, raging to the heavens. Yen Jinbei's eyes were bloodshot as he dashed out like a wild beast. Chapter 838. Stop! Don't touch it! Heaven and earth rotated, and a sudden teleportation directly swapped places between Chu Hen and Yen Jinbei. Under Yen Jinbei's furious and bloodshot eyes, Chu Hen stretched out his 5 fingers, and as if he was holding a feather, he firmly grasped the dazzling 7-colored flower in his palm. Boom! In an instant, a ball of light that was as bright as the moon and stars blossomed in Chu Hen's palm. The boundless holy light was like an exploding sun, causing space to tremble and all things to lose their color. Circles of dazzling halos swept out in all directions. Yen Jinbei, Yen Ludong, Yen Rong, and the rest of the people from the 7 Souls Palace clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Before they could think of a way to snatch back the 7-colored flower, thousands of starlight spots spread out from where Chu Hen was. The unstoppable impact sent everyone flying more than 10 miles away. Soon, the area in front of them was enveloped in a huge meteor shower. In the center of the dense meteor shower, a huge silver ball of light was like a mysterious and unknown celestial body. Chaotic and violent energy surged wantonly, forming an incomparably violent gale that caused people to shrink back, not daring to approach it at all. Ah, Damned bastard! Yen Jinbei roared at the sky. He was as angry as a wild beast. Then he raised his palm in anger and directly blasted an expert from the Seven Souls Palace beside him into a cloud of blood mist. The expressions of Yen Ludong, Yenrong, and the rest changed greatly. Their hearts were shocked, and they subconsciously took a few steps back, not daring to approach him. The duck that was right in front of their mouths had flown away just like that. The plan that they had waited for 1,000 years had instantly turned into a bubble. Anger alone was not enough to describe Yen Jinbei's current mood. Violent evil energy continuously surged out of Yen Jinbei's body. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at the center of the chaotic hurricane in front of him with a ruthless expression as he roared hysterically. "I won't let you have it easy. I will definitely tear your body into 1,000 pieces." Boom! At this moment, Chu Hen felt as if he had entered a new and resplendent world. In all directions, the sky was filled with stars. With Chu Hen as the center, a vast and boundless rain of stars surged and spun. The sky was a deluge of colorful flowers, and Chu Hen felt as if he had arrived at the center of the mysterious Milky Way galaxy in legends. Billions of starlight floated and gathered around him. Not only did Chu Hen not feel insignificant, but it was like he was the moon surrounded by stars. Kacha! The crisp sound was like a crystal shattering, and the 7-colored flower in Chu Hen's palm actually split from the middle. Then the 7 petals separated one after another and glowed brightly. The 7 petals revolved around Chu Hen's body, moving faster and faster like a horse lantern. At the same time, the energy fluctuations they emitted grew stronger and stronger. Buzz! When the 7 petals revolved so fast that it was difficult to follow them with one's eyes, the 7 balls of light exploded. In an instant, 7 dazzling star spheres were reflected in Chu Hen's eyes, one after another. They were arranged in such a way that they formed a dipper shape, suspended in the sky above Chu Hen. The 7 stars gathered above his head. Chu Hen's appearance was magnificent, and he could pluck the heavens with a wave of his hand. With the support of billions of stars, he was like the son of the stars. Are these the 7 star souls? Looking at the 7 beautiful and dreamy stars, Chu Hen was a little absent-minded. And at this moment, a restless energy also surged out of Chu Hen's body, and then 4 star soul pearls with arcs of light flowing around them flew out. Swish! The 4 star soul pearls turned into 4 beams of light at the same time, flying towards the 4 directions of the Big Dipper, Mizar, Fecta, and Migras. Rumble! In the next second, the 4 star souls shone brightly again, emitting a holy light that covered the other 3. 7 star souls, 7 star soul pearls. The 4 star soul pearls returned to their positions. Rumble! The Milky Way shook even more, and billions of stars shone at the same time. Both of Chu Hen's eyes surged with traces of heat. He spread out his arms like a king. 7 star souls, if not now, when? If not now, when? Buzz! The entire vast universe seemed to be faintly trembling. In an instant, the 7 astral souls simultaneously emitted a boundless radiance of the sun, and each transformed into a beam of light that resembled the Milky Way. Like a divine beam of light, they shot towards Chu Hen below. Boom! The 7 beams of light converged into one point, and Chu Hen was the point of focus. The endless and terrifying power of the 7 stars poured into Chu Hen's body, and thousands of rays of holy light burst out. At this moment, Chu Hen seemed to have transformed into the brightest North Star in the sky. Incomparably luxurious, the power of the 7 star souls was enormous. Chu Hen's purple palace opened wide, and it continuously received the power from the 7 star souls. His body meridians were constantly strengthened, and the space inside the purple palace was also rapidly expanding. The astonishing power of the 7 stars filled his body, and Chu Hen felt as if he was bathing in a divine spring, and he felt carefree and powerful. Bang! A majestic aura surged out, and the boundary of the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm was instantly broken, and he entered the 5th level. However, this seemed to be just the beginning. In the blink of an eye, 3 days quietly passed. 7-Star City. The 7-star towers were luxurious like treasures, and in the sky, the North Pole Palace was like a pavilion in the sky, quietly hovering there. More and more people began to come out of the North Pole Palace, ending their secret realm trip. Among them, a portion of them still had some gains. There were also many people who were injured in the fight for resources and had no choice but to leave early. At the same time, there were people from various forces who heard the news and rushed over. The North Pole Palace really exists. I hope we're not late. You guys are indeed not late, just a little late. The good stuff inside has been pretty much divided, and you guys are just picking up the leftovers. When I came out, the people from the Tai Ching sect and the Wind and Cloud Pavilion were also preparing to leave. The treasures inside have most likely been plundered clean. Is that so? I wonder what good stuff you guys got. What? You guys want to cheat on me? Hee hee, since we've all rushed to 7-Star City, we can't return empty-handed after all. We don't want too much. Just half of what you got will do. F***CK off. Do you think I won't chop you to death? I'm sorry to tell you, but we don't want half. Now we want all of it. With a single word of disagreement, an intense fight broke out, and the 7-Star City was ignited. Everyone fought for the treasures of the 7-Star City, and neither side gave way. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. In the ancient, desolate Heaven Realm, everything belonged to those who were capable. The 7-Star City, which had been peaceful for a short while, was once again engulfed in flames. Battles of all sizes turned the broken walls into ruins. However, in a building that was as luxurious as a fortress, a young figure quietly stared at the North Pole Palace in front of him. Swish, swish! At this moment, 2 middle-aged figures flew over and landed behind the young woman. They bowed and lowered their heads respectfully. Chapter 839. I'm sorry, Miss Lon, we lost him. On top of a fortress-like pavilion, a middle-aged man with a reserved and calm aura about his head as he stood respectfully behind a young woman. The young woman lifted her gaze, indifferently sweeping her gaze across the chaotic 7-Star City in front of her. Soon after, she calmly replied, It's fine, the Northern Secret Realm is vast, and the energy is modeled. It will indeed be difficult to track him. The 2 middle-aged men slightly nodded, looking a little apologetic. After all, with their strength, they should not have made such a careless mistake. However, there were too many unaffiliated people in the Northern Secret Realm. Losing someone was not a big deal. Miss Lon, we've already followed him for so long. Can you confirm that this person is related to the divine symbol spirit tree? One of the middle-aged men asked. The young woman shook her head, her eyebrows furrowed in thought. I still need to confirm it further. We can't continue like this. Why don't we? A sharp light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. As time continued to flow, more and more people began to emerge from the Northern Secret Realm. The situation in 7-Star City also became increasingly chaotic. At the same time, there were also many factions that had no intention of leaving after coming out. They occupied fortress-like areas, like a pack of wolves waiting for a fat sheep after the trip to the Northern Secret Realm ended. It would be time to settle all their grudges. At that time, it would be an unavoidable reign of terror. However, the changes in 7-Star City did not affect the progress in the Northern Secret Realm. Billions of stars gathered like a galaxy, enveloping the heavens and earth with a majestic aura, like an endless nebula storm. At the center of the galaxy, starlight illuminated the sky. 7 beams of light gathered at a single point, like a world-shaking divine light, dazzling to the eyes. Bang! At this moment, an earth-shattering shockwave that was comparable to the explosion of a star suddenly surged. In an instant, countless dazzling light patterns filled the sky, sweeping out in all directions. Dazzling starlight arcs interweaved, causing the space to distort and shake. Surrounded by the millions of stars, Chu Hen's entire body surged with a surging, holy light. He had an imposing appearance and peerless style. His long hair and clothes danced in the wind, tainted with traces of silver light. His nearly transparent fair face gave off an indescribable feeling of holiness. Buzz. Chu Hen crossed his arms in front of his body. His head was slightly lowered and his eyes were tightly closed. He was as calm as a star. The true essence in his body continued to intensify and strengthen like an undercurrent surging at the bottom of a deep sea. Immediately after, Chu Hen's eyes suddenly opened. His originally pitch-black pupils were as bright as stars at this moment. Both of his hands fiercely pushed outwards. Rumble. A vast halo of starry light spread out in all directions. An unprecedentedly powerful aura seeped out from Chu Hen's body. Facing the vast meteor shower from all directions, Chu Hen seemed to be the master of this galactic storm, leaping 3 levels in a row. Peak of the 7th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Feeling the flow of true yuan in his body that had been strengthened by who knew how many times, Chu Hen's face revealed a great surprise. He didn't expect the power of a 7-star soul to be so great. No wonder Yan Jinbei and the others from the 7 Souls Palace were so cautious. However, even though the 7 Souls ancient kingdom had planned for 1,000 years, in the end, Chu Hen still took advantage of it. You should be happy. The sacred-winged, heavenly flame bird sneered in disdain. Chu Hen raised an eyebrow and glanced at it. You have the nerve to talk about me? If you hadn't taken a portion of my power, I wouldn't be at this level. Not all of the energy contained in the 7-star soul was absorbed by Chu Hen. A portion of it was taken by the sacred-winged, heavenly flame bird. However, this wasn't the first time. Chu Hen's strength had long surpassed the point where the sacred-winged, heavenly flame bird needed to support him. Even so, the current result still exceeded Chu Hen's expectations. The 7th level of the Earth Profound Realm is already the limit you can endure. If you go any higher, your foundation and realm will no longer be proportional. Don't even think about it. Because of you, my sacred demonic pupil physique is still at the 4-star level. At the mention of this, Chu Hen immediately objected. You think it's easy. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid you wouldn't have reached the 4-star level. However, since you've spoken, let's fight for a chance to work together. Before we leave the ancient, desolate heaven realm, let's make your demonic pupil physique break through to the 5-star level. You're quite good at joking. Chu Hen ignored the other's empty words. After all, he knew best whether or not he could make a breakthrough in a short period of time. Even after obtaining the 7-star soul, Chu Hen still couldn't sense the hidden opportunity to make a breakthrough. Unless he came across a great opportunity later on, he would still need a lot of time to prepare to evolve his demonic pupil physique into a 5-star level demonic pupil. After that, Chu Hen paid no further attention to him, and with a command in his heart, his consciousness entered into his true essence, Violet Palace. Compared to a few days ago, his true origin, Violet Palace, had undergone quite a lot of changes. The mountains rose and fell like coiling dragons. The mountains and rivers were majestic. The vegetation was lush, and there were even some places where a lush forest had appeared. The true origin, Violet Palace, formed a world of its own. It could accommodate the spirit energy of everything in the world. Almighty Wu Xiao could seize fortune, defy life and death, and enjoy 1,000 lifetimes of longevity. Wham! Wham! In the sky above his true origin Violet Palace, the 7 stars were arranged in the shape of a dipper, adding a beautiful and luxurious stroke to the plain sky. However, among the 7 stars, only 4 were extremely bright, and the remaining 3 were slightly dim. Chu Hen could clearly feel the difference between the Dubhe, Fekta, Migras, and Mizar pearls that had fused with the star soul. Compared to before, these 4 star soul pearls were more complete, and the energy fluctuation they emitted was far stronger than before. Without a doubt, the strength of any star soul pearl that had fused with the star soul had reached the level of a saint weapon. When the 7 stars were gathered together and swept through the world, what would the scene be like when the might of a divine weapon? Waves silently rose in Chu Hen's heart. The true origin Violet Palace contained a lot of power. The power of chaos, the power of demon eyes, the power of dark lightning, the power of the 7 stars, and the power of yin and yang derived from the fragment of the great Tao divine stone. With the art of universe taught by the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow, Chu Hen's true origin, Violet Palace, was like a huge space container. In time to come, this independent world would become even more colorful. It's about time to leave. After a simple adjustment, Chu Hen calmed the restlessness in his heart. When he obtained the 7 star soul in the middle hall of the North Pole Temple, he also revealed the past of the 7 souls' ancient kingdom. However, Chu Hen did not feel the slightest bit of regret, because they brought all of this upon themselves. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen turned into a ray of light and broke through the Milky Way galaxy. Like an aurora, he swept across the vast Milky Way and headed in the direction he came from. About half an hour later, the North Pole teleportation platform appeared in Chu Hen's sight. Chu Hen is back. At this time on the North Pole teleportation platform, more than 10 figures hurriedly gathered and looked in the same direction. Chu Hen's eyes also lit up when he saw that Lung Lingyan, Dan Zhen, Qi Zhang, and the others from Mount Kunliu were all safe and sound. His brows unfurrowed. "Where did you go? I haven't seen you for so many days." Lung Lingyan stepped forward and asked, her eyes still filled with worry. "I went to take care of some small matters." Chu Hen smiled, slightly apologetically. Then he discovered that Yan Hanlu, Wu Yuan, Xiaorumin, Cui Qi, and a few others were also here. After a brief moment of thought, Chu Hen immediately understood and said tacitly, "Let's go out." "Wait a minute," Dan Zhen suddenly said. "What is it?" Dan Zhen raised her head and answered with a worried expression. "Right now, those people from the Tai Ching sect must be waiting for us outside. I think we should discuss countermeasures." The people from the Tai Ching sect had left the North Pole mystic realm long ago. However, because of Chu Hen, they had already missed the best time to escape. Not many people didn't know how strong Lu Tao was. If they rushed out rashly, they would probably suffer a lot. However, Chu Hen's expression was as calm as the water in an ancient well, without the slightest ripple. He smiled slightly and said, "Let's go." Everyone was startled. Those 2 simple words were filled with a great deal of confidence. Seeing the determination in Chu Hen's eyes, Shan Zhen immediately nodded her head solemnly and did not say another word. Buzz! Whoosh! Accompanied by a violent spatial fluctuation, a gorgeous teleportation array appeared on the North Pole's teleportation platform. A brilliant pillar of light soared into the sky and enveloped Chu Hen and the others. Big Dipper transposition, spatial displacement. In just the blink of an eye, fresh air and bright light rushed toward them. The various dilapidated buildings in 7 Star City were the first to come into view. But the moment he stepped out of the North Pole Palace's door, a strong and icy chill enveloped him in the next second. Chapter 840. Finally out. We've been waiting for so long. Rumble. Just as Chu Hen led Mount Kuan, Lu's group out of the North Pole Hall, a wave of ice-cold and powerful aura surged over. Like a pack of ferocious beasts, it blocked their path. The surging aura shook the entire place. In an instant, all the battles in the central region of 7 Star City came to a halt. Almost everyone's gazes were directed in this direction at the same time. The people who blocked the people from Mount Kunliu were none other than the people from Tai Ching sect. The person in the lead was extraordinarily charming and handsome. His starry eyes stared at Chu Hen's young and handsome face with a hint of mockery. I was just about to go in, but you guys came out instead. Not bad. Senior brother Lu Tao, don't waste your breath on them. Chop off this bastard's limbs, Li Fengqing said with a cold expression. Standing beside her was Tsang Yujie, who also had an ugly expression on his face. Even though so many days had passed, Tsang Yujie's aura was still extremely weak. His eyes were lifeless, and when he saw Chu Hen, he displayed an indescribable fear. This made the surrounding people very suspicious. What kind of unimaginable pain did Chu Hen make him suffer previously? When the two met, Tsang Yujie was like a mouse that had seen a cat. He did not even dare to breathe. Yulong, don't worry. I will definitely hand him over to you today. Li Fengqing said to Tsang Yujie. Tsang Yujie did not speak, but his eyes flashed coldly. A gust of cold wind blew past, stirring up the sand and leaves. The corner of Chu Hen's mouth twitched as he smiled faintly. What's the matter? Lu Tao sneered. Not bad. You're still so calm after seeing me. Mount Kunliu has produced a decent talent. This sentence seemed to be complimenting the other party, but his tone was full of hostility. I'm sorry, who are you? I don't know you. If there's anything, please say it quickly. If there's nothing else, then I won't accompany you. Chu Hen's arrogance, once again, caused the hearts of the people from all over Seven Star City to be startled. There was actually someone in the Eastern Victory State who didn't know Lu Tao from the Taiching sect. When did Mount Kunliu become so arrogant? He even dared to challenge the Taiching sect? On a high platform in the south, a black-clothed man with eagle-like eyes chuckled. Interesting. This person wore a black metal claw on his left arm. Under the illumination of the light, it shone with a cold sharpness. An indistinct shadow of a flood dragon could be vaguely seen hovering around him. His existence made people cast fearful gazes at him from time to time. Wind and Cloud Pavilion, Guyongzhan. Faced with Chu Hen's contempt, Lu Tao did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. Soon, you will remember my name forever. Before settling the grudge between us, I have to clean up my own faction first. Clean up the mess? With these words, the faces of Yan Hanlu, Wu Yuan, Chui Qi, and the others at the back of the group from Mount Kun Lu suddenly paled, and their eyes revealed expressions of shock and fear. Why aren't you guys coming over? Li Fengqing coldly reprimanded. They were as frightened as cicadas in the winter. They gritted their teeth and slowly stepped forward. The Thousand Crane Sect's sect master, Qizhong, frowned. He did not know what to do. Wu Yuan and Yan Hanlu were both his disciples. Now that he saw them being humiliated, his heart was naturally heavy. However, the tiny Thousand Crane sect was completely powerless in front of the colossus of the Taiching sect. Now, Qizhong was powerless. Lu Tao looked at Wu Yuan and the others as if they were ants. Each of you will have an arm amputated. We will punish you separately when we return. What? Amputate an arm? Their hearts trembled. They clenched their fists tightly, and their eyes reddened. He did not point out a crime. He did not say what exactly they had done wrong. He did not ask any questions. He simply and mercilessly gave them an order. Even if they were watchdogs, they were nothing more than this. What? Do you want to disobey my orders? You have two choices. One is to die here, and the other is to have an arm amputated. Lu Tao's attitude was still high and mighty, as if he regarded them as straw dogs. Wu Yuan bit his lips tightly as the veins on his arm bulged. Then he slowly raised his right hand. True origin energy surged out and covered his palm. Forming a palm blade, the others raised their palms with difficulty as well, preparing to cut off their left arms. At this moment, they were filled with extreme regret in their hearts. If they did not leave the 100-nation state and did not covet the Taiching sect's reputation, they would not have ended up like this. Bitter karma, bitter karma. In the end, they had to pay for it. When Li Fengqing and Song Yujie saw their pitiful expressions and the powerlessness of the people from Mount Kunlu, they finally felt relieved. Wait. Just at this moment, two calm words came out from Chu Hen's mouth. Everyone was stunned. Lu Tao continued to sneer. What? Do you want a meddle in our Tai Ching sex affairs? They're just disciples who borrow their names. Speaking of which, they're just temporary workers. It's not up to you to decide whether they live or die, right? So what? They're still temporary workers of our Tai Ching sect. Not anymore. Chu Hen paused and raised his eyelids slightly. He said to Wu Yuan, Yan Hanlu, and the others proudly, as the next sect leader of Mount Kunlu, I invite all of you to join our sect as official disciples. As long as all of you agree, I, Chu Hen, will protect your lives from today onward. I, Chu Hen, will protect your lives. The last three words were heavy and powerful. It was as steady as a mountain. Swoosh, an extraordinary and domineering aura surged out of Chu Hen's body. The Mount Kunlu disciples behind him could not help but feel their blood boiling. With this domineering aura, it was enough for him to be the sect leader. Wu Yuan and Yan Hanlu were not the only ones who were stunned. Even the sect leader of the Thousand Crane sect, Qi Zhang, was stunned. He felt extremely ashamed, but at the same time, his heart was filled with comfort. Humph. Lu Tao's expression finally darkened. It was a blatant provocation. He said in a deep voice, All of you better think this through. You won't be able to bear the consequences of betraying the Tai Ching sect. However, his threat did not seem to have any effect at all. Wu Yuan and the others' eyes were filled with determination. It was as though they had regained their pride and pride as geniuses. They returned to Mount Kun, Lu's group at the same time. Thank you for taking us in, Sect Leader Chu. Even if I die today, I, Wu Yuan, will never return to the Tai Ching sect. The Tai Ching sect will never return to the Tai Ching sect. The others also said resolutely. The bright colors seemed to have returned to their bodies. At the very least, they could see the vigor and pride in their eyes. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 841. Tai Ching sect, right? If you can't accept it, then come fight me. The cold and domineering voice shocked everyone present. Everyone's heart trembled. A declaration of war. Simple and direct. Before the team from Mount Kunliu came out of the North Pole Hall, many people had already guessed that Chu Hen would definitely lower his head and beg Lu Tao for mercy. But he never expected that Chu Hen would actually declare war on the Tai Ching sect's team in this way. For a moment, the entire 7-star city was completely silent. All the fighting stopped in an instant. Everyone's eyes were fixed on one spot, as if this was the best show that they could not miss. Lu Tao's face was filled with killing intent, and a cold smile appeared on his face. As you wish. Buzz. As his voice fell, a majestic force suddenly erupted from Lu Tao's body. He raised his hand and raised his palm. The surging true essence palm energy was like a huge wave that soared to the sky and rushed towards Chu Hen's head. With a single word of disagreement, a great battle erupted in an instant. Humph. Chu Hen's body moved, and he faced the attack head-on without fear. Chi, wild and restless black lightning rapidly crawled up his left arm, concentrating in his palm to form a powerful net of electricity. Chu Hen stretched out his arm, directly piercing through that powerful wave of true essence, and piercing through it, the long and narrow power of dark thunder flashed across the sky. Chu Hen was like a ferocious thunder beast, rapidly shortening the distance between them. What a frightening aura! It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, he shocked everyone. Everyone in 7-Star City was secretly shocked. No wonder Chu Hen actually had such guts. It turned out that he was a person who concealed his strength deeply. It seemed like there was still a lot of uncertainty about the outcome of today's battle. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen's extremely violent dark thunder net had already arrived in front of Lu Tao. Tens of thousands of thunderbirds cried loudly, and the power of countless electric blades attacked the opponent's head. His speed was as fast as lightning. However, a disdainful smile rose on Lu Tao's face. His eyes abruptly lifted as an obscure energy suddenly surged out. Buzz! In an instant, the space in front of Lu Tao distorted in an irregular manner, like ripples intertwining on the surface of water. Bang! A series of explosions rang out. The powerful dark thunder impact was completely distorted and shattered when it was less than half a meter away from Lu Tao's face. Chu Hen's expression changed slightly, and he quickly withdrew his arm. Hey! Lu Tao sneered and slashed at Chu Hen's neck with his palm covered in golden light patterns. Chu Hen dodged to the side and once again held the power of the 7 stars in one hand. The pure and holy starlight gathered in his palm and rotated rapidly. A cyclone revolved around it, and a ball of extremely dense power was quickly formed. However, before Chu Hen could condense his move into form, the space around him rippled like the surface of water again. Hiss! A heavy, muffled sound reverberated in the air, and the 7-star power condensed in Chu Hen's palm unexpectedly exploded. The powerful and violent impact caused Chu Hen's palm and arm to feel a sharp pain. The technique was destroyed before it could even be completed. It was really strange. Chu Hen, be careful. That's the unique skill of the Tai Ching sect, space-tearing divine power. It can distort space and crush everything. Lang Lingyan, who was in the rear area, hurriedly reminded him. Space-tearing divine power? Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly. It turned out to be like this. Immediately, he flew back and kept a certain distance from Lu Tao. He took out the blue Rand sword and fought from a medium to a long distance. Humph, you really talk a lot of nonsense. Li Fengqing snorted and waved his hand, ordering the people of the Tai Ching sect to attack. Since Chu Hen and Lu Tao had already started fighting, the people of Mount Kunliu would naturally not stand aside and watch. In an instant, a fierce melee broke out between the two sides. A mere Mount Kunliu dares to challenge our Tai Ching sect. It seems that you are planning to be removed from the Victory Estate. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? If you are not convinced, come and fight. Do you think a second-rate sect is qualified to tell us what to do? No matter how second-rate our Mount Kunliu is, we will not find a group of innocent people to be cannon fodder in other small states. Shut up. You are the ones who should shut your dog mouths. The intensity of the battle could be clearly seen from the state of the two sides. Although the overall strength of the Tai Ching sect team was very strong, Lung Lingyan, Shanzhen, and the others were not ordinary people. In addition, the sect master of the 1,000 Feather sect, Qizhang, was able to contend with them for a short period of time. Senior brother Wu Yuan, let's go and help. Yan Hanlu said. Wu Yuan nodded without hesitation. However, Huan Ju, Xiaorua man, calmly said, I think we should forget about it. With our strength, we will only be a burden to Chu Hen if we participate. When the time comes, they will have to turn around and protect us, which will only be a burden to Mount Kunliu. Although it was self-deprecating, no one refuted Xiaorua man. Wu Yuan gritted his teeth and retracted his step. However, all of them had already made up their minds. No matter what the result was today, they would definitely advance and retreat together with Mount Kunliu. The Tai Ching sect really did not want to go back. Boom! Rumble! Multicolored airwaves and lights continuously intersected and splashed. The sky was filled with colors and the clouds surged. The battle between Mount Kunliu and the Tai Ching sect directly covered up the other disputes within 7 Star City. The majority of people's gazes were still gathered on the battle between Chu Hen and Lu Tao. One was a nameless and new sect master, while the other was a sect genius who had been famous for a long time. To those who were watching the show, this battle between a dragon and a tiger was still very exciting. Swish! 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 At this moment, Chu Hen controlled the blue sky, sword from a distance, and transformed the holy sword into countless sword chi to launch long-range attacks at Lu Tao. Sword raised, traversed the sky, and slashed down forcefully. However, they were crushed into pieces by the invisible and domineering, void-tearing force. "Huh, do you think you'll be fine just because you're far away?" Lu Tao sneered disdainfully. After that, a shapeless might surged like an undercurrent as it appeared out of thin air around Chu Hen and crushed towards him. Chu Hen's figure flashed and instantly transformed into an afterimage that leaped away from where he stood. In the next instant, a large area of space warped, and it was as if one was looking at it through the reflection of water. A tower in the area below was directly affected, and it instantly shattered into countless sand and stone fragments. Waves of air covered the sky and suffused the surroundings. Chu Hen stood in the sky with the blue sky sword coiled around him and dragged out a string of sword images. This void-tearing divine force could be used for both offense and defense, close range and long range. It was truly perfect to the point of being invulnerable, and there was practically no flaw to be found. How should I deal with it? Chu Hen pondered in his heart. It wasn't just Chu Hen. The other people in Seven Star City felt that it was an eye-opener, and they were shocked by the formidableness of the Taiching sect's void-tearing divine force. The corners of the wind and cloud pavilions, Guyongzhan's eyes narrowed into a fine line, and thoughts surged between his fierce brows. The void-tearing divine force has almost no flaws. The result is obvious. It's hard to say. I think that the young man called Chu Hen is very evil, and he might still be hiding some big move that he hasn't used yet. It's getting more and more ridiculous. In my opinion, he's just arrogant and conceited. Now that he's riding a tiger, it's hard to get off. He must be regretting his actions right now. If that's the case, won't all the people from Mount Kunliu's team be buried with him today? Even though Mount Kunliu was a high-ranking sect, many people still didn't have confidence in facing one of the 10 great forces, the Taiching sect. But at this moment, Chu Hen's gaze suddenly flickered, and 2 sharp rays of light shot out. Chapter 842. If that's the case, try this move of mine, faced with Lu Tao's flawless space, tearing divine energy. Chu Hen's eyes suddenly widened as 2 sharp rays shot out like arrows. Swoosh! In the next instant, a peerlessly powerful sword aura gushed out of Chu Hen's body. Everyone in Seven Stars City was stunned. They saw Chu Hen extending 2 fingers and holding the sword in the air. The blue sky sword coiled around him like an illusory dragon's shadow. The airwaves in heaven and earth overlapped and intertwined like a dragon dancing in the air. It's the one-sword flying celestial technique. A voice filled with astonishment came from the crowd outside the arena. What followed was a muffled gasp of surprise. It's the strongest technique of Mount Kunliu. It's said that in the past 100 years, only Gong Yongyu has successfully cultivated it. No wonder this young man is regarded as the next sect leader. Amazing. The one-sword flying celestial technique and the sky-tearing divine energy of the sky-tearing divine energy are equally famous. I wonder which one is stronger. It's too early to say anything now. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Tao's eyes as he looked at the sharp sword aura that was flying and dancing wildly in heaven and earth. Then, an even more vigorous and powerful true origin energy spread out from his body. In an instant, the space within a 100-meter radius was distorted in a strange manner. There was no doubt that Lu Tao's surroundings were now a death zone. Once one got close to him, no matter what force one had, one would be torn into pieces. Ha! I heard the one-sword flying celestial technique is quite powerful. However, I really want to know if you've mastered it or not. Lu Tao smiled ferociously. Then he opened his hands and spread his fingers, accompanied by an unstoppable and terrifying aura. The distorted space rapidly expanded in the direction of Chu Hen. Tearing space, killing, bang, bang, bang. Heavy explosions sounded as if the air and dust were exploding, although it was invisible and colorless. everyone could feel how terrifying Lu Tao's technique was from the distorted space. The attack was extremely ferocious. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold as he moved swiftly. Xiao! In the next second, the blue sky sword burst out from the tip of his finger, and the sword chi that pervaded the surroundings all gathered on the sword. Light and shadow flowed and covered the outside of the holy sword, transforming into a green and shocking giant sword. What a powerful aura! The pupils of everyone in Seven Star City constricted slightly, and their faces were filled with shock. The astonishing sword momentum shocked everyone. The huge green sword was like a divine rainbow that traversed the horizon, directly charging into the distorted space. Boom! Bang! For a time, all kinds of violent explosions exploded in the void, shaking the entire area. Sword light fell like rain. The spectacular scene was like a rainbow bridge breaking into the center of the storm, and the huge tearing force kept squeezing the giant sword. Hey, is that all? Lu Tao's state was slightly excited, and his eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Looks like this one sword flying immortal art is only SOO. Explode! As soon as he finished speaking, his momentum rose. The vast and mighty true essence was like a monstrous wave that soared to the heavens, causing the space to tremble once more. With a loud bang, the enormous sword that the blue sky sword had transformed into abruptly split apart. It shattered layer by layer and split apart inch by inch. Violent and chaotic sword chi flew out in all directions, and the sky above Seven Star City was on the verge of collapsing. The people below didn't even dare breathe loudly, and their faces were filled with shock. Looks like the sky-tearing divine force of the Sky Sect is superior in the end. However, in the instant that the enormous sword image exploded apart, a gorgeous green divine sword actually flew out from the chaotic sword chi. The blue sky sword that was hidden within it was like a swordfish that moved through the waves, and it swiftly slashed towards Lu Tao. Insignificant skill. Lu Tao was slightly disdainful as he stretched out his palm, causing space to warp, and then he spread open his fingers and grabbed towards the blue sky sword. Due to you overestimating your ability, my Sky Sect will take this blue sky sword on your behalf. What? On the other side, the expressions of everyone from Mount Kunliu that was in a chaotic battle went grim. The blue sky sword was the precious treasure of the sect, the token of the sect leader. If it were to fall into the hands of another sect, then it would absolutely be an enormous humiliation and humiliation. However, right at the instant that Lu Tao was about to touch the blue sky sword, a blurry afterimage suddenly flashed into appearance in front of him. Too slow, my friend. The calm voice was full of disdain. Lu Tao was shocked in his heart, and the hearts of the other people in Seven Star City trembled as well. Clatter! His slender fingers held the hilt of the blue sky sword, and Chu Hen, who was 1,000 meters away a second ago, appeared in front of Lu Tao like a ghost. His speed was so fast that it was like the legendary spatial teleportation. What's going on? Everyone's eyes widened, and they only felt that it was unbelievable. If it was merely the speed of movement under normal circumstances, many people could rely on their extreme speed to travel a few kilometers in the blink of an eye. But the strange thing was that from the beginning until the end, no one saw Chu Hen move at all. Instead, he directly flashed from his original spot to appear in front of Lu Tao, and he simply did not have the slightest bit of defense. What a great move, flying celestial flash. In an inconspicuous and secluded pavilion, 2 middle-aged men stood behind a young woman. Compared to the confusion of the others, the 3 of them were relatively calm. This should be the special ability of the blue sky sword. When combined with the one-sword flying celestial art, the flying celestial flash can instantly arrive at the location of the blue sky sword at a speed that is 10 times faster than usual. This lad uses the blue sky sword as a guide and the flashing art to approach the target. It looks like he's teleporting. What a great skill. Buzz! Buzz! The momentary trance and shock were immediately overshadowed by the next scene. Chu Hen held the blue sky sword and pointed the tip of the sword at Lu Tao. Dazzling light patterns bloomed. Your so-called space-tearing divine energy is fake, right? What did you say? Lu Tao's eyes widened in anger. With your cultivation base, how can you distort such a large area of space? Therefore, the space-tearing divine energy doesn't distort space, but your true origin energy. It's an illusion created by distorting true origin energy. Looking at Chu Hen's calm eyes, the anger on Lu Tao's face turned into ruthlessness. You actually saw through it. But so what? The lethality of distorting true origin energy is enough to shatter your bones. Rumble. Before he finished speaking, the space around Lu Tao distorted rapidly. It looked like a pair of invisible hands had forcefully distorted the space into a strip. However, before the opponent's attack could spread out, a sword pillar separated from the tip of the blue sky sword and charged at Lu Tao like a divine light. Bang! A circle of light patterns surged and spread out, and the strong impact caused Lu Tao to be blasted flying. Chu Hen was not in a hurry. He was still calm and composed. Since you are distorting true essence, then your weakness is very big. A cold arc appeared on the corners of Chu Hen's mouth. Immediately after, a sword aura that was stronger than any of the previous ones exploded out. Circles of white sword aura adhered to Chu Hen's body, and a deathly murderous aura that went straight to the bone chased after Lu Tao. The sword aura swept across the land of Seven Star City like a gale. A trace of fear appeared in Lu Tao's eyes. What would appear next would be the true power of the one-sword flying immortal technique. Suddenly, a scorching wave of air covered the sky and covered the earth. A huge fireball appeared in the sky above Seven Star City without any warning. Like a meteorite, it fell toward Chu Hen. Slash! Chapter 843. Boom! A scorching wave of air spread over the Seven Star City, and fireballs of all sizes rained down from the sky. The surrounding people were startled. On the other side of the void, Tai Ching Sek's Li Fengqing's body was surrounded by many gorgeous runes. Powerful Reiki energy rose and overlapped like a golden divine flame. Li Fengqing's sudden disruption caused Chu Hen to be unable to display a strong move that could threaten Lu Tao. At the same time, this scene was unexpected. With a flying immortal flash, Chu Hen almost lived up to expectations and broke Lu Tao's void, tearing divine power. Before the outcome of the battle was decided, Li Fengqing directly interfered. A helper is here. Chu Hen held the blue sky, sword diagonally. Bursts of flowing sword energy surrounded the sword, turning into circles of ripples. Receiving the hint of disdain between Chu Hen's brows, Li Fengqing's face darkened. He said coldly, "I was careless last time. Today, I will let you know the power of my Tai Ching Sek's rune technique." Boom! Before he finished speaking, an astonishing Reiki energy was released. Li Fengqing waved his hands and flicked his 10 fingers. Dazzling rune numbers intersected like spirit butterflies. In an instant, a 5-colored fireball ignited in front of him. Hua! Then the fireball burst out, rolling up a raging heat wave and flying towards Chu Hen. To be honest, Chu Hen looked down on Li Fengqing. Before entering the North Pole Hall, the other party could not even withstand one move from him, let alone now. Shing! The blue sky sword issued a high-pitched sound. Chu Hen struck out with his sword. A sharp, diamond-shaped, white sword energy cut through the air and hit the 5-colored fireball head-on. The sharp sword chi easily pierced through the 5-colored fireball, piercing through the center and shattering it. But what made Chu Hen surprised was that the fireball actually dispersed from the middle and split into 5, transforming into 5 different colored flame flowers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 fireballs were colorful and varied like a blooming misty rain. They dragged out powerful waves of air in the air and attacked Chu Hen separately. Interesting. A cold smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. It seemed that he had indeed underestimated Li Fengqin. For a rune artist, it was important to take the initiative. The biggest reason why he was easily defeated by Chu Hen was because Chu Hen took the initiative and did not give Li Fengqin the chance to condense runes. And just now, when Chu Hen and Lu Tao fought for dozens of rounds, Li Fengqin was already ready, waiting to give Chu Hen a blow. Even so, there was not much change on Chu Hen's face. Facing the 5 colorful fireballs that were chasing after him, Chu Hen's body immediately exploded with a demonic purple light. Along with an ice-cold chill, a purple flame that overflowed the heavens was like an angry dragon that emerged from the sea. It swept towards the 5 fireballs, and in a blink of an eye, the 5 fireballs were completely submerged by the overbearing, purple, demonic flame. What? Just when everyone was surprised by Chu Hen's means again, Lu Tao, who had calmed down, attacked again. Separation slash. Buzz buzz. In the distorted space, cyclones stacked up and intertwined with each other, turning into a sharp pillar. The air inside the sharp pillar was all stripped away and filled with vigorous true inner force. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes slightly narrowed. This move was a bit similar to the Merak kill. Both concentrated and compressed true inner force in a certain range and instantly detonated, producing a strong killing and destructive power. Obviously, this move had to be stopped from a distance. The closer it was, the greater the impact. Whoosh! The sharp pillar split the air and slashed down with unstoppable momentum. Chu Hen raised both of his eyes, and an obscure purple light emerged in his deep pupils. The 4 black dots in his pupils rotated in a clockwise direction, and an obscure and intense fluctuation shook the surroundings. Solitary, burning, demonic flame. Burial. Roar. The dragon's roar that resounded through the 9 heavens struck the eardrums of everyone present. The monstrous purple flames spun rapidly, and a ferocious dragon covered in demonic flames flew out. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws like an ancient, ferocious beast. Boom! Bang! In an instant, the sky shook and the void trembled. The purple dragon shadow and the cylindrical sharp pillar violently collided, and the violent forces intertwined, setting off endless monstrous flames. Looking at the huge purple mushroom cloud that almost pierced through the clouds, everyone in the city was secretly shocked. Chu Hen's moves were endless, and had long surpassed the understanding of Mount Kunliu. On a high platform in the area below, Song Yujie clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked. He recognized this move. It was the move that Chu Hen used to defeat him in the Moon Evil City. Solitary burning demonic flame burial. Today, Chu Hen was still strong, but no one in the world remembered the young Master Yu of the past. Sad, regrettable, and even more ridiculous, the chaotic forces were wantonly released, and the fierce battle caused the sky to darken and the earth to darken. However, the addition of Li Fengqin was not able to help Lu Tao regain his advantage. Instead, he was repeatedly suppressed by Chu Hen. Do you guys know why he suddenly became so powerful? Suddenly, a voice that was filled with dense hatred resounded through 7-Star City. Everyone was shocked, and they instinctively shifted their gaze to the roof of a palace. Yan Jinbei of the 7 Souls Mansion's team had a face full of hatred. He pointed at Chu Hen and said loudly, just a few days ago, his cultivation base was only at the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Now his strength has skyrocketed. Do you guys want to know the reason? A malicious smile appeared on his face. Coldness surged in Chu Hen's eyes. Subsequently, Yan Jinbei's voice resounded in everyone's ears like a clap of thunder. 7 Stars Soul, a treasure that's comparable to a relic. The 7 Stars Soul is with him. Whoever kills him will obtain the 7 Stars Soul. Kill him! Obtain the 7 Stars Soul. The thunderous voice shook the entire 7-Star City, causing everyone to be in a daze, and their faces were filled with astonishment. 7 Stars Soul? So it's true? Did that really happen? Looking at everyone's doubtful expression, Yen Jinbei shouted again, "Everyone, I, Yen Jinbei, swear on my life that if I say anything false, I will die under 1,000 swords. The 7 stars soul is with him. At that time, whoever can gather the 7 stars soul pearl will be able to display the might of a relic." Boom! The shock came one after another, but after the shock, the gazes of the people in 7 Star City turned from astonishment to burning passion, and then from burning passion to thick greed. Relic. This was a word that only existed in the legends. If they could get their hands on the relic, they would be able to sweep through the world. The flames of greed quickly ignited, and everyone's eyes turned scarlet. In the next moment, a few figures with strong auras flew out like ferocious wolves. "Hand over the 7 stars soul." I was wondering why I couldn't find the 7 stars soul in the North Pole Palace. "So it was you who took it. Hand it over. Hand it over." All of them moved, and all of them rose up. Everyone raised their powerful auras and charged towards Chu Hen. Their swift and fierce figures did not hesitate in the slightest. "Damn it, you've all been used, a bunch of idiots." Everyone from Mount Kunliu felt that something was wrong. They were anxious and furious. The 7 Soul Palace's killing with a borrowed knife was simply insane. At the same time, the Taiching sect also took the opportunity to speed up their attacks, holding back Lung Lingyan, Shan Zhen, Qi Zhang, and the others so that they could not go and support Chu Hen. "If you don't want to die, hand over the 7 stars soul." A burly man shouted fiercely. Chu Hen's brows were filled with frost. Looking at Yen Jinbei, Yen Ludong, and the other's arrogant attitude, a vicious aura quietly rose. "Humph, come and take it if you have the ability. Ha! I admire your stupidity. Die!" The burly man raised his saber and slashed down. The tyrannical saber Qi pressed down like a mountain. Chu Hen sneered. With a flip of his palm, the blue sky sword shot out and instantly arrived in front of the burly man. Swish! Almost at the same time, an afterimage flashed. Chu Hen moved with his sword and instantly appeared beside the blue sky sword with the flying celestial flash. With a wave of his sword, the fierce, burly man did not even have the time to let out a scream before his head was separated from his body. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and that trace of fear quietly froze on the burly man's face. Killing a person in an instant was not enough to intimidate others. 2 sharp swords followed closely behind, rapidly stabbing towards Chu Hen's back. Chapter 844. Hiss! Chi! The sound of the blue Ran sword cutting through flesh was ear-piercing. Blood splattered everywhere, and killing intent filled the air. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen killed several people. His holy sword thirst for blood showed its sharpness. But even so, the people in 7 Star City still charged at Chu Hen like a pack of ferocious wolves. For a moment, the entire 7 Star City was in chaos again. "Let's see if you can survive this time," Yen Jinbei said fiercely on a rooftop outside the battlefield. When the people from the 7 Souls Palace saw Chu Hen, who had become the public enemy of the people, they immediately felt relieved. Ever since leaving North Pole Palace, they had been planning to kill with a borrowed knife. After obtaining the soul of the 7 stars, Chu Hen's cultivation had soared, making it impossible for Yen Jinbei to defeat him. Adding on the fact that the 7 Star City was a chaotic mess, they knew that it was impossible for them to retrieve the soul of the 7 stars. The plan they had waited for 1,000 years had collapsed, and the great plan to restore the nation that they had prepared for 100 years had suffered heavy losses. Since they had already come this far and could not get the 7 star soul back, they might as well go all the way and let this secret be known in the light of day. Making Chu Hen the target of everyone, he would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Even if he lost both ways, he would not let Chu Hen have an easy time. Damn thing, this feels like it's too easy for him. Second Prince Yen Ludong said with hatred in his eyes. Whenever everyone thought of what happened in North Pole Palace, they would burn with anger. At this point, the grudge between Seven Soul Palace and Chu Hen would definitely not end until one of them died. Fourth Princess Yan Rong's eyes were also cold. Today, she would watch Chu Hen die in front of her. Boom! The chaotic battle was like thunder shaking the sky. One after another, sharp black shadows rushed forward and attacked Chu Hen from all directions. Mount Kunliu's team was held back by Taiching Sek's team and had no time to spare. For a moment, Chu Hen was besieged and helpless. It's our turn. Wu Yuan, Yan Hanlu, and the others who had been watching from the sidelines looked at each other with determined expressions. If I die, then I die. Damn it, no matter what. This daddy is still the 100 Kingdoms Province's young master Yi. I'd rather die than be a coward. Young master, Yi Chui Chi shouted in a deep voice. Then what else is there to say? Kill! Kill! In an instant, Wu Yuan, Xiao Rumen, Chui Chi, and the others also erupted with powerful auras. Each of them circulated their true essence and released their respective bloodline power, directly throwing themselves into the battle between Chu Hen and Mount Kunliu. Stinking brat, don't look down on me. This young master is young Master Yuan. All the veins in Wu Yuan's body bulged, and his eyes turned scarlet. Grabbing onto a ferocious enemy, he swung a heavy hammer with peerless momentum. Heavenly Hammer Xian body. Bang! The person who was caught off guard didn't expect that someone who hadn't even reached the earth profound realm would dare to sneak up on him. With a swing of the hammer, a powerful wave of air rippled in the air, and that person was instantly sent flying. Although it was far from fatal, it still caused his blood and qi to surge and his organs to ache. Illusion kill! The illusion, Xiao Rumen, let out a light snort and burst like a bubble, disappearing in front of a Taiching sect disciple. The latter sneered disdainfully. Trash! How dare you act rashly in front of me? Don't think that just because you have Mount Kunliu backing you up, you're amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud and clear hawk's cry attacked. The shadow wings formed by Danzhen directly passed through the other party's body. Blood sprayed everywhere and internal organs leaked out. That Taiching sect disciple died instantly. The greatest use of illusion techniques is to assist. With a cold laugh, the shattered bubbles condensed again and turned into a human shape. Well done! Danzhen raised her finger and said with a hint of approval. Thank you for your praise. Xiao Rumen's eyes became somewhat bright, and her elegant brows seemed to have recovered the elegance of one of the 7 absolute heavens chosen. You guys? The entire city was in chaos. On a high platform below, Song Yujie frowned. He was both surprised and furious as he looked at Wu Yuan, Yan Hanlu, and the others who had entered the battle. They were all geniuses from the 100 Nations continent, but after that they had different fates. Song Yujie was bright and beautiful, while the others were dim and dull. But now, in the face of death, not only did they not drag out an ignoble existence, but they also regained their long-dormant spirit. A bunch of idiots. Just wait for your deaths. Song Yujie's eyes became deep, and he let out a long sigh and laughed coldly. The addition of Wu Yuan, Yan Hanlu, Chui Chi, and the others was only surprising for a short while, but it was far from the level of victory. What was undeniable was that their determination gave the Mount Kunliu team a lot of confidence. For a moment, everyone was prepared to cut off all means of retreat and go all out. There were no signs that they would immediately fall into the enemy's hands. If you don't want to die, then scram. Chu Hen's sword aura was shocking, and it was peerlessly domineering. The blue Ran sword left his hand, and he controlled it through the air, turning into a sky full of sword rain that swept in all directions. What a pity. It looks like I'll still be the one laughing in the end. Taiching Sek's Lu Tao was happy and contented. He raised a majestic aura and pounced towards Chu Hen. At the same time, he stretched out his palm and quickly used the space-tearing divine power. The space distorted rapidly, and it stretched towards Chu Hen to crush him. Chu Hen immediately used sword qi to protect his body, and the densely packed sword shadows rushed towards him. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of the heavy impact was incessant. When the sword shadows were crushed, Lu Tao's aura was immediately suppressed. Before Chu Hen could launch an attack, a gorgeous glyph suddenly appeared above his head. The glyph's secret scroll glowed with a golden light, as if it was bathing in holy light. Traces of light patterns covered Chu Hen's body, just like a thin veil. In an instant, Chu Hen felt as if he was carrying a heavy burden. The muscles all over his body became especially stiff, and even the flow of his true inner qi stagnated. Humph! I'll let you taste the power of this stiffening glyph array. Not far behind him, Li Fengqing sneered, and Reiki energy lingered outside his body. Chu Hen's eyes were slightly cold. He sneered frivolously and said, "Such a low-level glyph technique, and you still have the nerve to embarrass yourself in front of me?" Buzz. After he finished speaking, a majestic black light surged out of Chu Hen's body. The dense black light was like the fire of the underworld, rising to the sky, like the undercurrent of the deep sea. Then, without any warning, a giant hand stretched out from the monstrous black light. The giant black hand opened its 5 fingers, and its momentum was like the arm of a demon. Boom! With a loud sound, the gigantic fiend god's hand firmly hit the rigid glyph formation in the sky. Like a shattered disc, the fragments of the fiend god's hand rained down from the sky, mixed with thousands of dust particles and scattered in all directions. The surrounding people were all sent flying away. Damn it! Li Fengqing cursed hatefully. She really did not expect Chu Hen to be so difficult to deal with. It was fine if she and Lu Tao could not handle it, but even with so many people, they did not have much of an advantage. The murderous intent in her heart rose again. Whoosh! Just when Chu Hen used the power of the chaotic body to break the stiffening glyph array, a figure who had not made a move before quietly took action. Roar! There seemed to be a ferocious beast roaring in the sky, and its momentum was like a gale, and it was bone-chilling. Chu Hen was shocked. He turned sideways and held his sword, and his eyes were like torches. He saw a figure dressed in black walking in the air, and his cruel eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. There was an illusory shadow of a dragon circling around his body, and the majestic power was like a mountain pressing down wind and cloud pavilion. Guillaume-Jean. This person finally made a move. "I'm sorry to say, your performance has aroused my murderous intent." His calm words were accompanied by Guillaume-Jean's attack. His arm that carried an ice-cold iron claw extended towards Chu Hen. The black flood dragon shadow that was revolving around his body immediately scuttled along Guillaume-Jean's arm. Roar! The ferocious beast's roar was earth-shattering, and everyone's heart trembled. Chu Hen's pupils shrank. In a hurry, he could not even dodge, and could only use the power of the chaotic body to resist this move. Roar! The ferocious, terrifying dragon shadow firmly struck in front of Chu Hen. Layers of air stacked up, and a black light blossomed from Chu Hen's body. The impact, which was comparable to a flood, completely poured out. Chu Hen immediately lost his balance and flew backwards like a sandbag. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his internal organs also ached faintly. Chu Hen! Everyone from Mount Kunliu turned pale with fright and anger, and they all glared at Guillaume-Jean. On the other hand, the people from the Seven Soul Palace laughed once again. If Lu Tao could not kill Chu Hen, then with the addition of Guillaume-Jean, they could directly announce Chu Hen's death sentence. Wind and Cloud Pavilion, Taiching Sect, and everyone in Seven Star City. Today, the team from Mount Kunliu had already become a cornered beast. Wind and sand swept through Seven Star City, and the sky was filled with dust. The hidden force produced by the black dragon poured into Chu Hen's body, but he could not expel it instantly. Facing so many enemies, a trace of anxiety and ruthlessness surfaced in his heart. Chu Hen's heart seemed to be locked up with a bloodthirsty, ferocious beast. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the ferocious beast was about to break out of its cage and break free, kill. A scarlet hostility flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. Suddenly, at this moment, ripples appeared in Chu Hen's heart. In the next instant, a figure as gentle as a breeze flew out from behind Chu Hen. She spread her arms and hugged Chu Hen in her arms. A familiar breath and fragrance rushed into Chu Hen's face. Her beautiful long hair danced in the wind, and she wore a white floral dress, elegant and refined. She was like a lotus flower emerging from the water, peerless in style, light and refined. In an instant, Chu Hen's mind went blank. The irritable hostility in his heart disappeared completely. When he raised his eyes and saw that familiar face, the countless times he had dreamed of it was like a dream. At this moment, their eyes met. She smiled faintly, like a pure, white pear blossom. Her moving clear eyes were like the warm sunshine of an ancient city, like the gentle breeze of a mountain stream. Always engraved in people's minds, Chu Hen's pupils rapidly expanded, and he softly called out 2 words. Chapter 845. Mangshang. A voice that was as light as the morning breeze in the forest came out from Chu Hen's mouth. At this moment, it was as if he was in a dream. Everything in 7 Star City was thrown to the back of his mind. In Chu Hen's eyes, there was only the familiar face that could cause the downfall of a country. This sudden scene caused the people on Mount Kunliu's side to be stunned. "It's Lady Mingshang." Qi Teng subconsciously blurted out, "Luo Mingshang?" This name was unfamiliar to the disciples of Mount Kunliu, but to Qi Teng, Lu Qi, Yanhanlu, and the others who had stayed in the 100 Kingdoms province, they were quite familiar with it. But they did not expect Luo Mingshang to appear here. "It's her?" Outside the battlefield, Song Yujie's heart involuntarily trembled as he stood alone on the tall platform. His eyes were filled with astonishment and complicated emotions as he looked at the elegant and refined beauty from afar. Even after such a long time, she was still as resplendent as the moon, attracting everyone's attention. And Song Yujie was as dim as a firefly. The beauty was like a dream. The sky was filled with falling flowers. Luo Mingshang's eyes were clear like water, and a hint of playfulness appeared between her brows. "I finally found you, Buzz." Then, a ray of bright moonlight flowed through Luo Mingshang's palm into Chu Hen's body. In an instant, the strange hidden force that Gu Yongzhan had attacked Chu Hen's meridians disappeared completely, and the flow of true essence became smooth again. Chu Hen did not seem to notice this, and was still immersed in Luo Mingshang's smile. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and he immediately said solemnly, "Mingshang, leave first. I will find you in an hour." Public enemy of the entire city, danger still existed, now that even Gu Yongzhan from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had joined in. The situation on Mount Kunliu was very dangerous. Chu Hen did not want Luo Mingshang to be involved. "I'm not leaving." Luo Mingshang looked up and shook her head lightly. "I ran through half of the ancient, desolate heaven realm to find you." Chu Hen's heart warmed. Although he was reluctant, he could only shake his head again. "Hey, a meeting of lovers? What a touching scene." Whoosh! Lu Tao and Li Fengqing had already flown over along with the experts in the city. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion's Gu Yongzhan also appeared like a ghost in another direction. "Hand over the 7-star soul, and I'll give you a quick death." Everyone knew that Gu Yongzhan had a cold personality and was cautious in his actions. He usually wouldn't make a move easily. Once he made his move, it would not change. The 7-star souls was Gu Yongzhan's goal for this trip. At the same time, Chu Hen's immense potential also made Gu Yongzhan feel threatened. Boom! However, as soon as Gu Yongzhan finished speaking, a mighty and bone-piercing cold current surged over from the other side of the sky. A cold wind blew like the northern wind, and the temperature in Seven Star City plummeted. Immediately afterward, a huge, sharp, cylindrical icicle fell from the sky and hit the area between Chu Hen, Lu Tao, Li Fengqing, and the others. Many of the people attacking Chu Hen were startled, and they hurriedly circulated their true inner force to attack. Boom! All kinds of dazzling palm and fist energies collided with the icicle. In the next moment, the icicle exploded from the middle, and ice crystals flew all over the sky, mixed with surging waves of air that swept in all directions. The people who were caught off guard were all pushed back. The dancing ice crystals and snowflakes were dazzling, and flowers fell from the sky. Under the colorful falling snow, a tall and slender figure quietly appeared in front of everyone, stunning everyone. Chu Hen's pupils dilated again due to surprise. His heart was restless, and the flow of his blood seemed to be speeding up. With long black hair and snow-white skin, this was a woman who exuded a frosty temperament, and her name was just like her, Long Xuan, second sister. Chu Hen was a little absent-minded. Beside him, Luo Mengchong chuckled and said, "I haven't come yet. I remember to tell you that I'm not the only one who came." Many surprises filled Chu Hen's heart. He never thought that he would meet two very important women in his life in this seven-star city today. Long Xuan also looked at Chu Hen in a daze. This younger brother who had grown up with her, but was not related by blood, had been buffeted by the wind and rain of time. The once delicate and handsome young man was now calm and determined. His handsome face was angular, as if it had been carved by a carving knife. The change in temperament made Long Xuan a little absent-minded. However, the only thing that did not change was Chu Hen's eyes and the warm smile on his lips. "Long time no see. Long time no see. Indeed, long time no see." It was even longer than Luo Mengchong, almost 6 years. During the Sacred Star Dynasty's imperial capital incident, Chu Hen, Long Qingyang, and Long Xuan fled to the Hidden Wind region with a long family. On the day that Chu Hen left, Long Xuan also went to the mysterious ice sect alone. After being separated for 6 years, the words "long time no see" made people unconsciously recall the fleeting past, and they could not help but feel a lump in their throats. The rims of Long Xuan's eyes reddened. She turned to the side and said with some dissatisfaction, "Brat, you've brought so much trouble to me as soon as we met. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come to see you," but Long Xuan's voice was cold. She waved her hand and waved her sleeves, looking at the people in front of her coldly. "Since I'm already here, I won't let anyone hurt you any more." Swish, 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 swish. A few dozen figures with extraordinary auras flashed behind Long Xuan one after another. Everyone in Seven Star City frowned, and a cold and ruthless expression appeared on their faces. "Humph!" Gu Yongzhan smiled faintly and said with interest, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the ice beauty Long Xuan from the mysterious ice sect who has become famous in the past 2 years, right?" Ice beauty? The moment these words left his mouth, many people had a look of realization on their faces. "So what if I am? So what if I'm not?" Long Xuan replied indifferently, "I've long heard that the ice beauty has an amazing appearance. Now that I've seen you today, the rumors are indeed true." But Gu Yongzhan smiled sinisterly, and a sharp, cold gleam shone from the corner of his eyes. "I advise the mysterious ice sect not to meddle, whether it's the Tai Ching sect or my wind and cloud pavilion. Both of them are not people that the mysterious ice sect can afford to offend." His threat was obvious. Gu Yongzhan did not take Long Xuan seriously at all. It could only be said that the latter's peerless beauty piqued his interest. On the other side, Lu Tao also had a mocking expression on his face. "I'll count to 3. Leave immediately or else, Buzz." Before he could finish speaking, a thick, ice blue light had already appeared around Long Xuanchuang. She turned to the side and said to the experts of the mysterious ice sect behind her, "Protect the two of them? Yes, Senior Sister Long." Interesting. Gu Yongzhan's aura suddenly rose as he stepped on the air. The illusory WYRM around him was like a protective spirit beast. Without saying a word, he charged straight at Long Xuanchuang. "I'd like to see what's so special about the Ice Beauty. Then you'll regret it very soon." Long Xuanchuang did not show any weakness. She formed a seal with both hands and rolled up a bone-piercing, cold current. Buzz, buzz, along with the obscure rhythm of space, a blue halo suddenly appeared around the area where Gu Yongzhan was. The halo was dozens of meters in diameter and surrounded Gu Yongzhan. Gu Yongzhan's eyes turned cold, and he flashed away as fast as he could. Crack! The sound of water vapor freezing made people's eardrums tremble. A huge ice pillar suddenly appeared in the space where Gu Yongzhan was a moment ago. A little interesting. I was almost frozen. Gu Yongzhan put on a posture of a cat playing with Haozi, not panicking at all. Long Xuanchuang's expression was as cold as ice. No change of emotion could be seen on her face. Her jade-like, white hands continuously formed all kinds of complicated seals. Unknowingly, the temperature in Seven Star City was getting lower and lower. Long Xuanchuang and Gu Yongzhan were the first to fight. The people in Seven Star City's encirclement of Chu Hen was like a reignited fire rising again. Kill! The greed for the Seven-Star soul caused countless people to burst out with strong killing intent. All kinds of experts rushed down like wolves and tigers. Dozens of experts from the mysterious Ice Palace met them one after another. The battle was like two fierce beasts fighting each other, and more intense and chaotic battles continued. Go to hell! Lu Tao and Li Fengqing attacked Chu Hen one after the other, one from the front and one from the back. One held the peerless void, tearing divine power, and the other was shrouded in thousands of runes. The two of them prepared to launch a joint attack. It was as if they wanted to torture and kill Chu Hen. Mingshang, step back. Chu Hen didn't think much and subconsciously protected Luo Mingshang behind him. However, Luo Mingshang said lightly, "I'll deal with one. Don't forget what kind of bloodline I have. You deal with that woman. This lady won't hit a woman. I'll leave her to you." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Mingchang shot out like a butterfly as a pure and holy white brilliance radiated from her body. Raising her jade-like hand, with a flick of her finger, white rays of light intertwined and intertwined, instantly transforming into a sacred moonlight soared in her palm. Luo Mingshang stabbed the sword straight at Lu Tao. Won't hit a woman? Chu Hen couldn't help but be stunned by the reason given by Luo Mingshang. Did she want a man like him to hit a woman? However, Chu Hen understood Luo Mingshang's intentions. She took the initiative to choose the powerful Lu Tao to make things easier for herself. Hua! In the blink of an eye, Li Fengqing suddenly clasped his hands together, and the collision of his palms made a crisp sound. Stupid person like you, let me complete the strongest rune technique to take your cheap life. Oh! Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and replied with disdain, I'm looking forward to it. Humph, I hope you can still laugh later. Buzz, a strange majestic force suddenly spread between heaven and earth. Li Fengqing flicked his 10 fingers, and Reiki energy surged towards Chu Hen like a huge wave. The dazzling rune numbers hit together and turned into a nimble golden flywheel. With a flick of Li Fengqing's fingertips, the golden flywheel immediately flew out and flew towards Chu Hen. Just as the golden flywheel arrived in front of Chu Hen, bang! It suddenly unfolded and turned into a large rune array that spanned 100 meters. The runes that bloomed were dazzling, like a rain of stars. Chu Hen was in the center of the rune array, and the pressure from all directions followed closely. Chapter 846. Bang! The beautiful runes that bloomed were like a shower of stars. instantly turning into a rune array that spanned 100 meters in diameter, trapping Chu Hen in the middle. In an instant, a powerful pressure that came from all directions followed closely behind. Li Fengqing sneered, and a chill surged in his eyes. Although I don't know what you did to Yulong, I can tell you with certainty that the pain you'll suffer will far exceed his. Buzz! The astonishing surging Reiki energy was released almost without any reservation. Waves of strong air rose and stacked, accompanied by a piercingly cold, murderous aura. Among the many runes around Chu Hen, incomparably strong vines actually flew out. Hua! Countless vines were like huge pythons that soared to the sky. They stood around Chu Hen in great numbers with a frightening might. Looking from afar, Chu Hen seemed to have fallen into a group of ancient snakes. His aura was instantly suppressed. Being in the midst of it, Chu Hen did not panic at all. This is your strongest rune technique. His mocking voice did not conceal the contempt at all. Li Fengqing's eyes turned cold. He stretched out both of his palms, and an invisible aura spread out. Humph, very soon you'll know how ignorant you are. Thorns, divine destruction. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, huge and strong vines attacked Chu Hen. In the process of moving, each of the giant vines became abnormally sharp and covered with a layer of bloody light. In an instant, the shocking scene was like a giant, man-eating flower, quickly closing its mouth of death. Buzz! Sharp vines of all sizes pierced towards him. Suddenly, Chu Hen felt dizzy. He was stunned for a moment, and a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. This rune technique is... It seems that you finally realized, Li Fengqing sneered coldly. That's right. My rune technique doesn't attack your physical body, but your mind and mind. I'll destroy it along with your street tree. Ha! Li Fengqing's smile was extremely bitter. Once Chu Hen's consciousness was destroyed, he would become a complete idiot, unable to escape the torment of misfortune for the rest of his life. How could death compare to such pain? Luo Mingshang, Long Xuanchuang, and the people from Mount Kunliu could not help but look solemn. While they were fighting their respective opponents, it was inevitable that they would split their attention to the other side. Boom! Numerous huge vines gathered in the middle, layer by layer sealing off Chu Hen's escape route. Countless sharp vines pierced through the true inner energy defense, directly attacking Chu Hen's Naiwen Palace. At this moment, Chu Hen felt as if he had fallen into the mouth of a man-eating flower. His entire body was surrounded by the sharp thorns. However, in the instant when he was about to be pierced by the endless blood-colored vines, Chu Hen's Naiwen Palace actually opened. At the same time, an incomparably vast and powerful spiritual energy exploded out. Holy light enveloped Chu Hen's body, and an illusory shadow of a celestial talisman tree appeared. Inside the Naiwen Palace, a towering crystal street tree swayed its luxuriant branches, and a terrifying power like the undercurrent of the deep sea bloomed. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light penetrated the dense and huge vine tree from the inside out. Li Fengqing's expression immediately changed. What's going on? Bang! Bang! Then a second, a third. Sharp beams of light burst out one after another, like the rays of the morning sun penetrating the clouds. Extremely restless energy was brewing in the center of the talisman array, and all the huge vines around Chu Hen seemed to be forcibly pushed away by a powerful force impossible. Looking at the scene unfolding in front of her, Li Fengqing's face was full of disbelief. She was the clearest about how powerful her move was. Once she seized the opportunity and completed this talisman, it would not be difficult for her to kill someone of a higher level. Even if she could not defeat Chu Hen, she should be able to severely injure him. That is, Li Fengqing's heart suddenly trembled, a deep shock once again written on her face. She suddenly felt that the strength of the Reiki energy that originated from Chu Hen's Naiwen Palace had unexpectedly suppressed her Reiki energy. How was this possible? My attainments in the realm of formations are obviously higher than his. Boom! Without any extra time to think, a ferocious force that was comparable to the eruption of a mountain torrent suddenly exploded in the center of the talisman array. Like a volcanic eruption, a monstrous force surged into the sky. An irresistible shock wave swept in all directions, and the many huge vines that were surrounding Chu Hen were completely crushed to pieces. The formation that was like a divine wheel that was suspended in the void also collapsed inch by inch, turning into thousands of fragments that scattered and dissipated. The wind whistled, and in the midst of the chaotic power, Chu Hen stood proudly with his clothes intact, his starry eyes filled with arrogance. Your time ends here. Chu Hen clasped two fingers together, and strands of sword chi surged and intertwined. Xing! With a light hum, the blue Ran sword swept out, tearing the air apart, like a rainbow traversing across the sky, striking towards Li Fengqing in front of him. Hiss! A series of blood splattered in the air. Li Fengqing's pupils violently trembled. In an instant, the blue Ran sword directly pierced through the opponent's chest, and dazzling blood spread out. Senior Sister Fengqing, looking at the falling Li Fengqing, the people of the Tai Ching sect all turned pale with fright. This Li Fengqing was the granddaughter that the third elder of the sect doted on the most. If anything happened to her, no one would be able to live. Song Yuje's expression also changed, but he only stood where he was and did not have any intention of going forward to protect her. Bang! Li Fengqing fell heavily into a pile of rubble. Her face was pale, but she did not die. Looking carefully, they saw that there was actually a thin layer of light floating around Li Fengqing's body, and the light quickly rushed towards her wound. What was surprising was that her wound actually stopped bleeding immediately. Although she did not die, Li Fengqing was already too weak to continue fighting. Chu Hen coldly looked at the scene below, and he was secretly surprised. As expected of the granddaughter of the Tai Ching sect's third elder, she had a life-saving item on her. Otherwise, that sword just now would have been enough to take her life. Chu Hen glanced at Li Fengqing and did not pay any more attention to her. Then his sword aura surged, and he held the sword in the air. Accompanied by a piercingly cold and strong killing intent, the blue Ran sword turned into dozens of sword shadows and shot out. Yan Hanlu, Wu Yuan, Xiao Ruoman, and the others, who were surrounded by the enemies, were covered in blood and bruises. Just as they were about to lose their lives to the enemies, a series of hurried sounds of breaking wind and flesh piercing interweaved together. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Ah. Chapter 847. Li Fengqing's crushing defeat caused the people of the Tai Ching sect to lose their minds. The battle in Seventh Star City became more and more chaotic. With the addition of the mysterious ice sect, Chu Hen's side was able to slightly salvage the situation. However, there were many experts in Seven Star City. Although the situation on Chu Hen's side had eased, it was not completely out of danger yet. Damn it! I didn't expect the people from the mysterious ice sect to come and interfere again. Outside the battlefield, Yan Jinbei and the others from the Seven Soul Palace clenched their fists tightly, their faces filled with hatred. Li Fengqing was defeated, but there were still the two great geniuses, Lu Tao and Gu Yongzhan. However, Luo Mingshang and Long Xuanxuang, who suddenly appeared, had not shown any signs of defeat. This more or less made them anxious. Imperial brother, there's no need to worry. There are so many experts in Seven Star City. We'll exhaust them to death. In less than 10 minutes, not to mention Mount Kunliu being able to protect itself, even the mysterious ice sect will have to pay. Yan Ludong said in a deep voice. Yan Jinbei's eyes focused, and traces of cold light appeared in them. If Chu Hen did not die today, he would never be able to vent the resentment in his heart. Boom! Bang! The chaotic battle between the two sides could be said to be extremely intense. Every one of them seemed to be in a killing frenzy. Although Chu Hen used the single sword flying immortal technique to wander among the enemies and continuously reap the lives of the enemies, it was still difficult to conceal the signs of defeat on Mount Kunliu's side. Almost all of Dan Zhen, Qi Zhang, Su Lang, Ling Tao, and the others had wounds on their bodies. There were even a few companions who had lost their lives to the enemy's encirclement. Wu Yuan, Yan Hanlu, and Xiao Ruoman were even more powerless to continue fighting. This kind of intense confrontation was not something they could endure. The momentum of the mysterious ice sect was also rapidly being suppressed. Buzz! Suddenly, right at this moment, the Migres Pavilion, Alioth Pavilion, and Merak Pavilion amongst the 7-star towers in the central area of 7-Star City suddenly erupted with an expanse of pure and holy starlight that shot into the sky. It shook heaven and earth and suppressed all directions. 3 pillars of light that soared into the sky successively leaped into the sky, and within each pillar of light a young figure with an extraordinary bearing flashed. Wow, what happened? Did someone's house catch fire? An adorable young girl rubbed her eyes and looked at the chaotic 7-Star City with a perplexed expression. The other 2 were equally astonished. One of them shouted, "It's Chu Hen and the others." These 3 people were none other than Hua Shui, Haozi, and Mu Feng, who had entered the Star Secret Realm earlier. It can't be. You want to fight as soon as you come out? Mu Feng started cursing. He was very dissatisfied. The 3 of them quickly understood the situation on the battlefield. Without another word, they immediately threw themselves into the battle. "I'm coming. Everyone, hold on." Mu Feng gripped the Buddha's demonic sword on his back with a flip of his hand. An extremely cold and majestic sword ray surged out like a violent gale. More than 10 enemies in front of him were directly chopped into pieces. Haozi did not show any weakness. With a flip of his palm, a condensed and nimble golden mouse shadow landed on his palm. Whoosh! In the next moment, the golden mouse immediately turned into a beam of light and shot out like lightning. With an extremely strong penetrating force, it pierced through the chests of familiar people like a divine arrow. Good move! Chu Hen's eyes couldn't help but light up. It seemed that they had gained quite a lot in the Star Secret Realm, and their cultivation had increased greatly. Judging from his aura alone, Mu Feng had probably reached the 7th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Coupled with the bloodline boundary of the sword demon mystic body and the power of the Buddha's devil sword, he was not weaker than Lu Tao and Guyong Zhan. Haozi and Mu Feng were like 2 ferocious blood sharks that had rushed into a school of fish. They once again disrupted the situation on the battlefield. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Severed limbs were scattered all over the ground. "Hua Shui, follow me," Haozi shouted. "I know." Under Haozi's lead, Hua Shui followed close to the Mount Kunliu team. Spiritual Saint Origin Accumulation Technique. "Buzz!" Hua Shui shouted softly, and a holy aura spread in all directions. At the same time, a golden halo spread out from her body. Buzz! The golden halo accurately jumped behind the people of Mount Kunliu. In the next second, the injuries of Danzhen, Su Lang, and the others were effectively healed in the blink of an eye. Their weak aura was swept away, and they regained their vigor. "Thank you. You're welcome." Hua Shui blinked, feeling a little proud. This spiritual saint origin accumulation technique was the strongest healing technique of Mount Kunliu. As long as the internal organs and meridians were not seriously injured, it could be healed in an extremely short period of time. Especially in a group battle, it was definitely a top-notch support. "Hua Shui, the people of the Ice Profound sect are with us. Help them," Lung Lingyan said. "Oh, got it." Although this technique consumed a lot of Reiki energy, Hua Shui was not stingy at all in this situation. Her saint origin technique was constantly activated, and beams of light fell on her companions, healing their injuries. In an instant, the situation of the fierce battle between the 2 sides once again erupted to a new height. Damn it! Lu Tao was shocked and angry. He did not expect that 3 people with such strength would suddenly appear in Mount Kunliu. If this continued, the outcome would be very bad. A cold light flashed in Lu Tao's eyes. He looked at Luo Mengchang coldly. He had to get rid of one of his opponents first. The preparation is over. Rumble. Along with the sound of the air being crushed, Lu Tao's aura skyrocketed, and the power of the 8th level of the Earth Profound Realm was released without reservation. With him as the center, the space appeared to distort violently. Layers of distorted space quickly extended towards Luo Mengchang. Luo Mengchang raised her eyebrows slightly, and a circle of white air waves entwined around her body. Then a pair of holy white wings spread out behind her, like the legendary angel's wings. A strong holy light shrouded Luo Mengchang, resisting the impact of the void-tearing divine energy. At the same time, Gu Yongzhan also knew that he could not continue to delay. He began to speed up the pace of his attack. Layers of illusory black shadows attacked Long Xuanchuang, setting off a strong shock wave. However, at this moment, Long Xuanchuang raised her eyes and flashed to a higher area in the sky. The temperature between heaven and earth suddenly dropped to the freezing point. Above the 9th heaven, the wind and clouds surged, and under the shroud of the cold wave, a sudden snowstorm struck. World of ice. Gu Yongzhan was shocked, thinking that he had been careless. He saw countless huge icicles falling from the sky, like a snowstorm, attacking Gu Yongzhan. Gu Yongzhan smashed an icicle with a punch, and the crystal pillar-like icicle exploded. A bone-piercing cyclone surged over, penetrating the true origin energy defense layer and straight into the bone marrow. The thick cold air almost froze the space. The unbearable cold air surprised Gu Yongzhan. Only then did he realize that the temperature of the space he was in had already dropped to an unbearable level for ordinary people. He was really careless, underestimating Long Xuanchuang's strength. In a hurry, Gu Yongzhan quickly dodged under the chaotic rain of icicles. Boom! Icicles fell in the 7-star city below, and the buildings in the city quickly froze, covering them with a thick layer of ice. Crack! Chapter 848. Frozen World. The cold air that had dropped to an unbearable level covered the sky and earth. Sharp icicles rained down on Gu Yongzhan. Gu Yongzhan dodged quickly as if he was under a rain of arrows. The icicles landed on the buildings in 7-star city below and quickly froze. The thick layers of ice stretched out like luxurious ice sculptures. What a terrifying ice aura! Everyone in 7-star city was secretly shocked. The cold air spread out, and it was a cold that went straight into their organs and bones. Bang! Whoosh! While Gu Yongzhan dodged the icicles, the height of the area he was in was also pushed back. Long Xuanchuang was like an ice fairy, looking down from above, cold and elegant like an iceberg. When the last icicle fell, Gu Yongzhan revealed a mocking smile. "Humph, it's my turn now. Is that so?" Long Xuanchuang raised her phoenix eyes slightly, and her slender fingers formed a seal again. "But I'm not done yet. What?" Gu Yongzhan furrowed his brows. Then, with a cracking sound, the ice snow city below actually set off a sky-piercing cold air. An ice-blue, crystalline iceberg soared into the sky and once again shot towards Gu Yongzhan. The tip of the icicle was extremely sharp, and it was extremely lethal. Gu Yongzhan dodged to the side again, and the icicle almost brushed past his chest. The huge icicle was peerless, and it looked like a small iceberg before Gu Yongzhan could stabilize his mind. Buzz! 2 icicles shot out from 2 other directions, and they attacked Gu Yongzhan from the left and right. Gu Yongzhan snorted lightly. He turned around in the air, and he steadily landed on the first majestic iceberg. However, in the next second, the iceberg beneath Gu Yongzhan's feet actually split open like a man-eating flower. Sharp ice spikes shot out from all directions and merged back towards Gu Yongzhan with the momentum of converging. Whoosh! The ladder hurriedly dashed out, and the densely packed icicles that were like saw-teeth closed together. Instantly, ice shards flew, and blue patterns flew everywhere. Damn it! Gu Yongzhan cursed in a low voice. He had never thought that Long Xuanxuang would be so difficult to deal with. Her attacks came one after another, and they were simply endless. Under the fast-paced attacks, Guyong had less offense and more defense, so he could only choose to dodge continuously. Meanwhile, the situation between Luo Mingshan and Lu Tao had also reached a white-hot stage. The distorted space covered an area of several hundred meters, and the true inner force was constantly being crushed and burst. This area was like a land of death. A pair of holy white wings enveloped Luo Mengchang, forming an absolute defense against the layers of twisting and tearing force. "I'd like to see how long you can last," Lu Tao shouted with a gloomy look. Just as he finished speaking, a wave of air surged out, and the white wings that were protecting Luo Mingshang suddenly spread outwards. In an instant, 10,000 rays of holy light blossomed like a rain of fireworks. Luo Mingshang was peerless, and a mysterious crescent-shaped spirit tattoo appeared between her eyebrows. An unprecedented majestic force was quietly released from Luo Mingshang's body. Heaven and earth were overshadowed, and the peerless beauty was like a glimpse of a startled swan moving people's hearts. Moon goddess dance. Luo Mingshang's red lips opened slightly, and a bright moon quietly rose above the 9 heavens. It was like a dream, real and fake. Swish! Luo Mingshang stepped on the air, and her beautiful figure corresponded with the bright moon. In an instant, the 9 heavens' bright moon shone brightly, and Luo Mingshang's long sword danced, and a holy sword pillar that connected heaven and earth slashed down from the sky. Boom! Rumble! The sword light, which seemed to be condensed by the divine moon, was shocking. It penetrated into the distorted space and detonated a thunderous explosion. Waves of air rippled along the sword pillar and swept across the sky, shattering the void, tearing divine power as it slashed towards Lu Tao. Looking at the void, tearing divine power that he was so proud of being shattered layer by layer, Lu Tao's expression had already changed drastically. His eyes were wide open, and his pupils constricted. Horror was written all over his face. Bang! In the next instant, the majestic sword pillar hit Lu Tao squarely. The latter was like a bird shot down by a meteor, directly piercing through the ground and crashing into the city below. Rumble! The earth exploded, and huge waves covered the sky. The terrifying power caused the earth to break apart layer by layer, and billions of gravel flew up like countless locusts that were startled away. Mighty shock waves rolled out in all directions, causing the buildings in the city to collapse and turn into dust. Many people were swept away and could not stand steadily. Everyone in the 7-star city was completely dumbfounded, and their hearts were full of shock. Senior brother Lu Tao? The people from the Taiching sect were even more confused, and their faces were full of disbelief. How was this possible? Lu Tao actually lost. He lost to a nameless girl that they had never seen before. Shock surged in everyone's hearts, especially Haozi, Mu Feng, Yan Hanlu, Wu Yuan, and the others from the 100 Kingdom state. They all knew Luo Mingshang's background. She was the young lady of the great firmament city Luo clan. However, this was only on the surface. Chu Hen's eyes were gentle as he looked at the agile and beautiful figure. Other than surprise, he was more relieved. The power of the sacred body of Abyss was indeed extraordinary. Chu Hen nodded to himself. It seemed that letting Luo Mingshang and the mysterious person leave Mount Kunliu was indeed the right decision. Luo Mingshang had already become so powerful, and he had to work even harder. How could this be? Song Yujie, who was outside the battle, was dumbfounded, and his heart was trembling. Was this really her? The difference? A huge gap that could not be crossed. If the appearance of Chu Hen made Song Yujie feel so useless, then the arrival of Luo Mingshang made Song Yujie feel endless humility And loneliness, different times, different scenes, the same person. Everything was so far apart. Hua! In the midst of the chaos, a disciple of the Taiching sect brought out a figure covered in blood and with a weak aura from a pile of rubble. Go, retreat immediately. He wanted to escape from this place more than ever before. The situation was hopeless, and if the Taiching sect continued to stay here, they would only suffer more casualties. Retreat at full speed. Yulong, let's go. Li Fengqing immediately appeared next to Tsang Yujie and dragged him away. Tsang Yujie's eyes were lifeless, and he was like a walking corpse, allowing Li Fengqing to drag him away. The hasty retreat of the Taiching sect was undoubtedly a huge blow to the other people in the seven-star city who were besieging Chu-Hen. Gu Yongzhan's face did not look good, and it was dark and gloomy. A battle that was supposed to be a sure win had been turned around. How could he not be angry? Boom! Gu Yongzhan, who did not have the upper hand in the first place, was suddenly sandwiched between two sharp icicles. The jagged icicles quickly closed up and directly sealed off the other party's escape route. Scram, along with an angry roar, a force that was comparable to the eruption of a volcano suddenly burst out. Bang, bang, bang. Cold air filled the air, and crystal fragments flew everywhere. The two large icicles that had collided with each other broke apart, and a monstrous gray flame rose like fire. Gu Yongzhan's body was surrounded by the shadow of a serpent, as if he was protected by a spiritual beast. He stepped on the air and stared angrily at Long Xuanxuang in front of him. That's enough! Gu Yongzhan, who had been suppressed all this while, was extremely annoyed. His vicious aura stacked up, and his cold eyes were red. His arms that were covered with metal claws froze in the air, and the serpent's shadow danced and rolled around him, and rushed towards Long Xuanxuang in front of him. Wrath of the evil spirit! Roar! The ferocious aura shook the sky, and the vicious aura was shocking. The serpent's shadow attacked in front, and Gu Yongzhan followed closely behind. It seemed like he was going to win with one strike. Buzz! Long Xuanxuang's eyes flashed with a cold light, and an ice-blue longbow appeared in her hands. The longbow was luxurious and beautiful, and its entire body was surrounded by blue shadows. The bowstring was like an illusory light pattern, and once it appeared, it was breathtaking. Mystic Rain Bow, the treasure of the Ice Mystic Sect. How could this be? The Ice Mystic Sect leader actually passed the Mystic Rain Bow to her? Under everyone's surprised gazes, Long Xuanxuang's jade-like fingers drew the bowstring, and without an arrow, a powerful force was quietly released. Countless cold air in the air gathered and concentrated on the fingertip of Long Xuanxuang's hand, turning into a glowing blue ice arrow. Roar! The serpent's shadow was like an angry dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Long Xuanxuang's beautiful eyes were like snow, and she was abnormally calm. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Swoosh! In an instant, the tip of her finger lightly released, and the blue arrow shot out like a meteor. Its speed was comparable to that of a flying shuttle that was thousands of years old. Tens of thousands of ice mystic energy gathered on the arrow. Under the trembling gazes of countless people, the mystic rain arrow directly pierced the serpent's giant mouth and through the serpent's abdomen. The arrow came out from the end, dragging a powerful wave of air behind it, and flew towards Gu Yongzhan. What? Hiss! A heavy, earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the sky once again, and an earth-shattering wave of cold air spread in all directions, pouncing on the faces of the people of Seven Star City. As the sky was filled with crystal fragments, a slightly panicked figure quickly retreated. You! Gu Yongzhan's eyes widened, and he stared at his left arm in shock and anger. The arm covered in black metal claws was completely frozen by a thick layer of ice, and there was a small hole in the middle of the palm of the iron claws, which was especially eye-catching. Humph, the ice beauty is really good. My wind and cloud pavilion will not let today's matter go. After saying that, Gu Yongzhan's gaze swept over Chu-Hen on the other side, and he immediately moved, turning into a wisp of light and leaping into the sky. The army was defeated like a landslide. Lu Tao's defeat and Guyongzhan's surrender immediately caused the morale of the people of Seven Star City to plummet. Mount Kunliu and the Ice Mystic sect launched a large-scale counterattack. Launching a crazy counterattack. Chapter 849. Whoosh! The wind howled, and the cold air was mixed with the pungent smell of blood. Seven Star City quietly became a dead zone. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses were piled up everywhere. Taiching sects Lu Tao and Wind and Cloud Pavilions Guyongzhan were defeated, and the rest were like monkeys after a fallen tree, fleeing in all directions. Mount Kunliu, the mysterious ice sect, launched a large-scale counterattack, and blood flowed for several kilometers. However, Chu Hen had already stopped. Traces of profoundness could be seen in his star-like, bright eyes. Looking at the tragic scene, his heart was somewhat moved. The main cause of this chaotic battle was Yan Jinbei and his group from the Seven Soul Palace. However, Yan Jinbei and his group had already quietly slipped away when they saw that the situation was not good. In the eyes of Chu Hen, the former royal bloodline was now no different from a despicable and incompetent rat. The only thing that still worried Chu Hen was that the Alcade Star Soul Pearl was still with Yan Jinbei. After the hasty battle ended, Seven Star City ushered in a unique, deathly silence. The people from Mount Kunliu licked their wounds and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with excitement, relief, and gratitude towards the people from the mysterious ice sect. That was really dangerous. I thought I was going to die here today. Are you kidding me? With me here, you won't die. Haha, that's true. What benefits did you obtain in the star secret realm? Can you share some with us? CKU. I don't have enough for myself. A few simple jokes gradually eased the tension in everyone's hearts. Everyone gathered together and looked at Chu Hen. Chu Hen stood at the top of a high platform, looking at Luo Mingshang and Long Xuanxuang in a relaxed manner. There were no words of gratitude. Just a look and a smile was enough. I am Lung Lingyan. Thank you for your help just now. As the representative of Mount Kunliu, Lung Lingyan naturally could not be so careless. She stepped forward to express her gratitude. You're welcome. Before anyone could say anything, Mu Feng swaggered over with a generous expression. This is Chu Hen's sister, and this is his old lover. We're all family, so you don't have to thank me. Haha, that's right. I didn't expect to see the two of you here, Haozi said with a smile. Lung Lingyan was slightly taken aback. She could not help but look at Luo Mengchang, secretly sizing her up. At the same time, there seemed to be an undetectable strangeness in her eyes. Indeed, you're welcome. Long Xuanxuang and Luo Mingshang also nodded slightly and introduced themselves simply. Luo Mengchang of Moontide City. Long Xuanxuang of the Sacred Star Empire. One was cold and elegant like an iceberg, while the other was elegant and refined. Even Lung Lingyan, who was also a woman, was quite amazed by the aura emanating from the two women. It was no wonder that Chu Hen had always been obsessed with Luo Mengchang. Let's leave this place first. Chu Hen did not want to stay here for long. Moreover, everyone in Mount Kunliu was in urgent need of a place to recuperate. It was not a good place to stay for long. Everyone nodded and immediately prepared to leave. And just as everyone turned around, a strong wave of air stacked up, and everyone's gazes immediately turned towards the same direction, only to see that the Dubhe Tower amongst the 7-star pagodas actually blossomed with a brilliant starlight and holy splendor. Huh? Everyone was slightly taken aback. Only then did they realize that among the 7-star pagodas, there was still one person from the secret realm who had yet to come out. If it were not for this, they would have forgotten about it. Swoosh, a solid light beam leaped into the sky, and an exquisite and petite figure appeared in everyone's eyes. When Chu Hen and the others saw it clearly, everyone was stunned again. The person standing at the top of the W building was actually a little girl about 13 or 14 years old. Her exquisite facial features were like a jade porcelain doll's, and her hair was tied into two messy and cute buns. She looked like a little girl who had yet to grow up. "It's so comfortable to wake up," the little girl muttered to herself in a coquettish voice. She stretched as if she had just woken up. Soon, she felt that the surroundings seemed to be a little abnormally quiet. When she saw the city filled with corpses and the scarlet blood, her emotions did not seem to fluctuate at all. She only scratched her head and casually said, "Another batch died." Swoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, a beam of light leaped into the sky, and a slight wave of air appeared in the air. The other party instantly disappeared from the sky of Seven Star City. Mount Kunliu, the people from the mysterious ice sect, could not help but look at each other. They could all see the astonishment in each other's eyes. After coming to the ancient desolate heaven domain, they had encountered fierce battles and deceptions. Suddenly, a cute little girl who was as cute as a fairy appeared. It was really like a clear spring in a muddy water. But why did she look so calm when she saw the ground full of corpses? Intuition told Chu Hen that this person's background was definitely not simple. Seven Star City. It was best to leave as soon as possible. Dozens of miles away, there was a dense forest, towering mountains, and fog. More than a dozen injured figures with gloomy expressions squatted under a tree, not saying a word. Senior Sister Feng Qing. At this moment, an anxious voice broke the silence. "Senior Sister, Senior Brother Lu Tao's injuries are extremely serious. If we don't treat him now, he might become a rank 1 cripple." "What?" As soon as this was said, everyone from the Taiching sect had a change of expression. Li Fengqing frowned. "Is it that serious?" His dantian and meridians were heavily injured. His true essence, Violet Palace, must have been greatly injured. "We need to leave this place as soon as possible. Damn bastard and that damned woman." Li Fengqing clenched his fists and cursed angrily. In the Battle of Seven Star City, the Taiching sect could be said to have suffered heavy losses. A team from one of the top 10 factions had been defeated by a mere Mount Kunliu. This was an absolute humiliation and a laughingstock. Then Li Fengqing glanced at Song Yujie and scolded angrily. This is all your fault. If you didn't have a grudge with that bastard, we wouldn't have to be involved." If it was any other time, Song Yujie would definitely come over and flatter Li Fengqing. However, Song Yujie acted as if he didn't hear anything. His eyes were lifeless as he leaned against the tree. Seeing him like this, Li Fengqing was even angrier. "Why are you acting dumb? Get over here." Song Yujie still didn't move. The rest of the people looked at each other. Li Fengqing couldn't stand it anymore and immediately went forward to pull Song Yujie's clothes. "Let's leave quickly. Don't touch me." With a cold voice, Song Yujie flung Li Fengqing away. His eyes were bloodshot. "Stay away from me." "What's wrong with you?" Li Fengqing was shocked. Since they left Seven Star City, Song Yujie hadn't said a word. She just thought that he was sulking. Song Yujie suddenly acted out of character. "I'll give you a chance to explain," Li Fengqing said coldly. "Explain?" "Ha!" Song Yujie laughed. His laughter was full of sarcasm and contempt. He looked at Li Fengqing with disgust. He never had this kind of disgust before. He pointed at Li Fengqing and laughed. "Do you know how disgusted I am by your face? I don't even know how many times I've puked behind your back. Do you really think that I, Song Yujie, would like you?" Song Yujie roared. His veins were popping. He threw out all the words that he had been suppressing in his heart. "Every time I see your ugly face, I can puke out last night's meal. If your grandfather wasn't the third elder, I would stay as far away from you as possible. Now I've had enough. F***CK off to Taiching sect. I don't want to serve you any more." Bang! A heavy muffled sound reverberated through the forest, accompanied by a sound that stopped abruptly. Song Yujie was instantly sent flying. The extremely ferocious palm force directly pierced through his chest and back. He fell heavily onto the ground, his body twitching slightly, and the life in his eyes quickly dissipated. When he said those words, perhaps this was an unavoidable ending. Perhaps his heart was dead and he only wanted to die. Perhaps the moment he saw Luo Mingshang, it triggered the last bit of dignity in his heart. The former young master Yu, the leader of the 4 young masters, had turned into a weed in the ancient, desolate heaven domain. Li Fengqing retracted her palm. Her face was so gloomy that it looked like it was covered with a layer of frost. Throw him to the dogs. The eyes of everyone from Tai Ching sect trembled, but they could only remain silent. In just a few days, Li Fengqing felt like she had been slapped countless times. At this moment, her hatred towards Chu Hen had increased by a few levels. It was all because of Chu Hen. It's all because of you. I won't let you leave the ancient, desolate heaven domain alive. The moon rose, and the dark magpies flew south. In a valley about 30 miles north of Seven Star City, the people from the Ice Mystic sect stopped to rest at Mount Kunlu. Although their injuries were not light, with Hua Shui, the healer, there was no problem. Where are you injured? After treating the people from Mount Kunlu and the Ice Mystic sect, Hua Shui walked over to Wu Yuan, Yan Hanlu, and Xiao Ruomen. No, there's no need. We're fine, Wu Yuan evaded. What? Are you waiting for the new year if you don't treat your injuries? We just don't want to trouble you. What trouble? Didn't Chu Hen tell you to join Mount Kunlu? Since you've joined our sect, you're my junior brothers and sisters. It's fine. Huh. Mu Feng, who was leaning against a tree, grinned. He raised his eyebrows and said, the former king of the 100 Nations Prefecture was defeated when he came to the victorious East Prefecture. Go, don't talk so much. Rat nudged him slightly, indicating that he shouldn't make sarcastic remarks. The sect master of the Thousand Crane sect shook his head helplessly and asked, Where's Chu Hen? He's being intimate with his old lover. He probably won't appear tonight. If there's anything, we'll look for him tomorrow morning. Mu Feng narrowed his eyes and placed the pagoda devil's sword under his head. He crossed his legs and hummed a tune. Everyone was speechless and disdainful. The moonlight was like frost, and it illuminated the valley. Chu Hen, Luo Mengchang, and Long Xuanchuang stood side by side on a steep mountain wall. It had been almost 6 years since the 3 of them had gathered together, and they had a lot to say. Chapter 850. Second Sister, how have you been all these years? Under the frosty moonlight, Chu Hen, Luo Mingshang, and Long Xuanchuang stood in a group of 3. It had been 6 years since they parted ways in the Hidden Wind region, so they could finally open their hearts to each other. The corner of Long Xuanchuang's mouth rose slightly as she gently shook her head. It was a little difficult at the beginning, but it became smoother later on. I heard from Big Brother that you're the direct disciple of the mysterious Ice sect master. Yes. Long Xuanchuang nodded in affirmation. In the 3rd year of the mysterious Ice sect, Master took me in as a disciple and used the sect's treasure, the 10,000-year frost, to raise the limit of my bloodline to the Ice Profound body. Oh, Ice Profound body? Chu Hen's eyes lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He didn't expect the sect leader of the Xianbing sect to value Long Xuanchuang so much. No wonder her cultivation had risen so quickly these few years. Is Big Sister Xuanchuang going to be the next sect master? Luo Mingshang smiled. Maybe. Long Xuanchuang smiled sweetly. In front of these 2, she didn't need to be humble or act like an outsider. She just said whatever she wanted to say. One was the next sect master of the mysterious Ice sect, while the other was the new sect master of Mount Kunliu. If this news were to spread back to the 100 Nations province, there would be chaos. Chu Hen and Luo Mingshang couldn't help but look at each other and smile. The former asked again, All right, second sister, where did Big Brother go? 2 months before the opening of the ancient desolate heaven domain, Chu Hen brought a large amount of resources and treasures back to the sacred star dynasty. From Su Yorong, he found out that Long Qingyang had already left the Hundred Nations province. Everything in the Union of Generals was handled by the School of Generals, the School Alliance, and the Runemaster Association. Su Yorong didn't know Long Qingyang's exact whereabouts, and only said that he had gone to the mysterious ice sect to visit Long Xuanchuang. He came to see me once before, Long Xuanchuang said softly, and her eyes softened. He left after staying for 2 days. He didn't tell me where he went. He only said that he wanted to travel for a few years and go further. Go further? Chu Hen couldn't help but laugh. He knew Long Qingyang better than anyone else. His heart was as vast as the ocean. As the elder brother, he didn't want to lose to his younger siblings. Dazzling's responsibility to protect the Long family had forced Long Qingyang to stay in the Hidden Wind region. After that, the Alliance of Generals rose, and the royal family of the Sacred Star dynasty fell. Once the situation was stabilized, the eagle in Long Qingyang's heart could finally spread its wings. Long Qingyang didn't stay with Long Xuanchuang, nor did he look for Chu Hen. Perhaps he had already left the victorious East State and was far away. Flowers will bloom again, and people will meet again someday. I believe that the next time we meet, Big Brother will definitely give us a surprise. Chu Hen laughed heartily. Long Xuanchuang smiled and nodded. Looking at Chu Hen, who was growing more mature by the day, her life in the Sacred Star dynasty seemed like it had just happened yesterday. A trace of loneliness and sadness surged in Long Xuanchuang's eyes. Chu Hen knew that she was thinking about Long Zhan again. I think he's always watching us from above. Chu Hen patted her shoulder lightly. Long Xuanchuang turned around, her eyes slightly red. All right, I won't stand in the way of your sweet talk. Chu Hen was taken aback. He raised his eyebrows and shrugged with a smile. Luo Mingshang was a little shy, her cheeks blushing. Then Long Xuanchuang smiled and walked away, leaving the two alone. Once she left, Chu Hen grabbed Luo Mingshang's hand and pulled her into his arms. What are you doing? Luo Mingshang was caught off guard. She muttered softly, but did not struggle. Instead, she gently leaned into Chu Hen's arms like a kitten, like a lonely boat drifting on the sea. She felt a comfortable sense of security when she felt his calm aura. Do you miss me that much? Yes. Chu Hen hugged her tightly, the familiar fragrance of her hair wafting into his nose. He whispered in her ear, Do you know what it means to feel like? I know, Luo Mingshang replied, her voice like a drizzle. I knew it the day I left Mount Kunliu. Love is a tree full of flowers blooming, a lake rippling when the wind blows. The heaviest rain I've ever experienced in the world was when you never looked back under the scorching sun. And the warmest sunshine I've ever received was your faint smile amidst the snow and ice. Being apart for a year felt like 1,000 years. Perhaps only when one really met the person who could make one's heart palpitate would one feel the complicated shackles. Under the moonlight, the two quietly hugged each other. After a while, Chu Hen's emotions finally calmed down. He held onto Luo Mingshang's shoulder, and their eyes met, like ripples on the surface of a green pond. How have you been for the past year? What about you? It must have been tough, right? Luo Mingshang looked at his handsome face that seemed to have been carved with a knife. Behind his affectionate eyes there was a storm. From collecting the heaven and earth mystic yellow token to coming to the ancient desolate heaven domain, Chu Hen could not remember how many times he had been on the brink of death. But as long as Luo Mingshang stood in front of him, everything else was nothing. Why did you come to the ancient desolate heaven domain? You should have gone to Mount Kunliu to look for me. I wanted to too, but the distance between the two places is too far. I could only come from another place. Moreover, I snuck out behind Aunt Yu's back. Luo Mingshang replied softly. Aunt Yu? Chu Hen was stunned. That mysterious woman. Luo Mingshang nodded. In the past year, Aunt Yu has been helping me improve my cultivation base and strengthen my ninth Hell Saint body. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly. He was secretly surprised. He had seen Luo Mingshang's rapid growth and strength with his own eyes. In the Battle of Seven Star City, she defeated Lu Tao from the Taiching sect. That was enough to explain everything. However, Chu Hen was still very confused about Aunt Yu's identity. Then did she tell you about her background and the reason she sent you to the Luo clan in Taishao City? Not yet. Luo Mingshang shook her head. There was a hint of confusion between her brows. Aunt Yu said that with my current strength, the less I know, the better. She'll only tell me everything when I'm able to control the ninth Hell Saint body's power. Is that so? Chu Hen frowned. Luo Mingshang raised her jade-like finger and touched Chu Hen's forehead with the tip of her index finger. All right, don't worry. Aunt Yu treats me very well. I don't think she'll hurt me. When Chu Hen saw her like this, he did not say anything else. After all, Luo Mingshang was a very intelligent woman. If the mysterious person had ulterior motives with Luo Mingshang's intelligence, it was impossible that she did not notice it. You said you snuck out? What's going on? Chu Hen said with a smile. That's right. Aunt Yu said it's best not to see you for the time being. She also said that all men are bad. Luo Mingshang said as she pointed at Chu Hen's eyes. I'm not a good person? Chu Hen immediately felt a bit awkward. It was most likely because of what happened that night that made that person have a bit of an opinion of him. What should he do? This was too embarrassing. Luo Mingshang continued. A few months ago, Aunt Yu said she was going to the Great Space State to find medicinal ingredients for me to raise the limit of my bloodline. She asked me to wait for her return. Coincidentally, the ancient desolate heaven domain was about to open. I thought you would definitely come here, so I followed her. On the way, I accidentally met Second Sister and finally found Seven Star City. So that's how it is. After listening to Luo Mingshang's story, Chu Hen's heart was filled with many emotions. The ancient desolate heaven domain was huge and filled with dangers. It was not easy for Luo Mingshang to come here alone. What a fool! If I knew you were alone, I would have hoped that you would listen to that woman and obediently stay outside. Chu Hen's eyes revealed a trace of reproach. After all, the ancient desolate heaven domain was too dangerous. If anything happened to her, it would be a lifetime of regret. However, Luo Mingshang smiled smartly. But I found you. Actually, what she wanted to say was that it was because the ancient desolate heaven domain was too dangerous that she came here. When we were separated, I knew very well whether it was raining or not. However, I was helpless because I couldn't hold up an umbrella for you. So I came. The bright moonlight shone on the two of them, forming a pair of oblique shadows on the ground. Then the oblique shadows slowly approached each other and snuggled together. Chu Hen slightly lowered his head. Their eyebrows touched and the tip of their noses touched. They quietly felt each other's aura. At this moment, a series of slightly hurried footsteps approached them. Chu! Lang Lingyan's voice paused for a moment before she hurriedly turned around. I'm sorry I'm fine. You guys can continue. After saying that, Lang Lingyan hurriedly left. The disturbed Chu Hen and Luo Mingshang looked at each other and smiled. After separating, Chu Hen shouted, Senior Sister Lingyan, why are you in such a hurry? What's the matter? Lang Lingyan stopped in her tracks and looked at the two apologetically. After she calmed down slightly, her expression became serious again. There's news from Innocence Valley. What? Chapter 851. There's news about Innocence Valley. What? Chu Hen's pupils constricted when he heard Lang Lingyan's words. Invisible waves of air uncontrollably spread out, sweeping up the dust and sand on the ground. Luo Mingshang looked confused. What was the reason for Innocence Valley? Why would Chu Hen's emotions fluctuate so much when he heard these words. Where are they now? Chu Hen asked in a low voice. After leaving the immortal Prime platform, Chu Hen had asked Lung Lingyan to send a message to the main group at Mount Kunliu and asked Wen Liang, the Devil Slayer Hall Master, to send people to search for Innocence Valley's whereabouts. He did not think that there would be news so quickly. This really made Chu Hen a little surprised. Lung Lingyan nodded slightly. Then she raised her wrist, and a white butterfly flew out of her palm. At a glance, this butterfly was not much different from an ordinary insect. However, upon closer inspection, the butterfly's body was faintly illusory and transparent. In other words, it was not a physical body. Chu Hen recognized that this was the unique communication method of Mount Kunliu. Even if it was intercepted by others, it would be impossible to read the internal information without activating the hand seal. Lung Lingyan's fingers moved and formed dozens of complicated hand seals. When the last hand seal was completed, Lung Lingyan shouted softly, "Activate!" In an instant, a dull wave of air rippled in the air. The butterfly directly shattered and turned into beautiful crystal fragments. The crystal fragments danced in front of the three of them, and then a few large words appeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Innocence Valley, Great Dow Cliff. Great Dow Cliff? Chu Hen tightly stared at those few words, and his brows quietly wrinkled. What is this place? I know where it is. Lung Lingyan replied without hesitation. Before the ancient desolation, Heaven Territory opened. Mount Kunliu had collected a lot of precious information about this place. Among them was the information about the Great Dow Cliff. The Great Dow Cliff is a very ancient and mysterious ruin. It's said that very few people set foot there during the previous times the ancient desolation, Heaven Territory, opened. Very few people know what kind of power exists there. However, I know the approximate location. Lung Lingyan replied honestly. Without any hesitation, Chu Hen thought for a moment and said, "Gather everyone!" "All right." Lung Lingyan agreed immediately. Although Luo Mengchong was full of doubts, she was not in a hurry to ask. From Chu Hen's expression, it was enough to show the seriousness of this matter. It wouldn't be too late to understand the specific situation after all the arrangements were made. Pipa! The bonfire crackled as it burned the withered branches. The sound of hurried footsteps instantly caused everyone in Mount Kunliu and the mysterious ice sect to feel tired. They opened their eyes one after another with cautious expressions on their faces. What happened? Seeing Chu Hen's serious face, Haozi immediately stood up and asked. Mu Feng, Qizhang, Danjun, and the others also came forward. On the other side, Long Xuanchuang also walked in front of Chu Hen and looked at Luo Mengchong with her phoenix eyes, asking her. Luo Mengchong just shook her head, indicating that she did not know. What's the matter? Long Xuanchuang asked. Chu Hen's eyelids lifted slightly and two cold rays shot out. I found the location of Innocence Valley. What? Wush, Haozi, Danjun, Sulang, Fuqin, Huashui, and the others all clenched their fists, their eyes trembling. The others were even more confused. What was the involvement of Innocence Valley? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Hua Shui said hurriedly. Don't rush. Let's wait for Chu Hen to finish. Haozi raised his hand, his expression also solemn. Only the people who had accompanied Chu Hen to collect the heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens knew about this matter. They also understood that Chu Hen was more anxious than anyone else. Chu Hen looked at Long Xuanchuang and Lung Lingyan and said in a low voice, A friend of mine is in the hands of Shinta Yitian. We must go and rescue her as soon as possible. There was no time to explain everything in detail, so he could only give a simple summary. Who is it? Long Xuanchuang's red lips parted slightly as she asked solemnly, Little Yao. It's her? The moment he said that, Long Xuanchuang was surprised once more. She couldn't be more familiar with Yi Yao. They were both from Saint Star Dynasty Linxing City, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they grew up together. Yi Yao was different from her sister, Yu. She was kind and pure, especially towards Chu Hen. She had the most sincere reliance and admiration, and Chu Hen also treated her as a younger sister. She was definitely a very important person. But shouldn't Yi Yao be in the 100-nation state? When did she come to the victorious East State, and why was she in the hands of Innocence Valley? Time was of the essence, so Long Xuan didn't continue asking about the reason. Instead, she said directly, "I'll accompany you." Chu Hen naturally wouldn't refuse. Innocence Valley's strength was clear for all to see. It would be difficult for Mount Kunliu's team to contend against them alone. Furthermore, he didn't have the time to ask for reinforcements from the devil-slaying Hall Master, so he could only rely on the mysterious ice sect's strength. I will remember everyone's kindness. In the future, if there is any need, Chu Hen will definitely do his best. Chu Hen cupped his fists and said to the mysterious ice sect's experts behind Long Xuan, "Sect leader Chu Hen, you are treating us as outsiders." A young man with a steady temperament stepped forward and bowed. One of the young men with a steady temperament stepped forward and returned the greeting. "You are a relative of Senior Sister Long. We have no complaints if we are able to lend a hand." "Many thanks." Chu Hen nodded gratefully. Then Chu Hen said to the people from Mount Kunliu, "Those who can't participate in the battle, stay." Everyone's gaze swept over Wu Yuan, Yan Hanlu, and the others. Because their cultivation levels weren't high enough, their injuries healed rather slowly. If an intense battle broke out, the result would be obvious. "Let us go as well," Wu Yuan said solemnly. "Are you kidding me? Stay here obediently." "Kings." Mu Feng narrowed his eyes and laughed lightly. "This isn't the time to show off. In a battle of life and death, no one will care about you." Although Mu Feng's words were direct, they were also true. Wu Yuan and the others didn't insist. Many times, in the face of strength, there was no need to throw away your life. "This is the route map to Heavenly River City. Our Mount Kunliu has disciples stationed there. Go and meet up with them." Lung Lingyan took out a map scroll and handed it to Wu Yuan. Letting them go to Mount Kunliu's main team first was the most appropriate arrangement. Wu Yuan grasped the scroll firmly in his hand, then said in a powerful voice, "I hope that in the next battle we will be there." Everyone was slightly startled. There seemed to be flames dancing in Wu Yuan's eyes. The Thousand Crane sect leader, Qi Zhang, let out a deep breath and patted Wu Yuan's shoulder earnestly. "Go. There's still a long way to go in the martial Dao." Wu Yuan, Yan Hanlu, and the others immediately left. As he watched them disappear into the night, Chu Hen's eyes flashed with emotion. There was no lack of geniuses in this world, and those who only appeared for a short time were even fewer. In that moment of absent-mindedness, a domineering aura surged between Chu Hen's brows. Chapter 852. Swoosh, swoosh! He flew straight down and sped all the way. Under the stars and the moon, Chu Hen's gaze was cold as he pointed his sword at the great Dao cliff with the people from Mount Kunliu and the Ice Xian sect. One after another, swift and fierce figures swept across the sky, trying their best to increase their speed to the maximum. Whether it was the experts from Mount Kunliu or the Ice Xian sect, all of them had serious expressions on their faces because their opponent this time was the young Valley Master of Innocence Valley, Shinta Etian. Apart from Innocence Valley, which was ranked in the top 10 in the Eastern Victory State, Shinta Etian was a rather impressive person. This person was extremely shrewd, and good at setting up traps. Outsiders had very high evaluations of Shinta Etian. If Lu Tao and Gu Yongzhan were brave and invincible generals, then Shinta Etian was a strategist with both pen and sword. He had great control, and very few people were willing to offend him. Have you ever fought with Shinta Etian before? Everyone flew through the air, and the wind howled in their ears. Lung Lingyan stood on Chu Hen's right and asked in a low voice. No. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold as he answered indifferently. When I was searching for the heaven and earth mystic yellow token, I fought with a man called Quan Xiong. That's one of Shinto Itian's 4 trusted guards. Everyone knew that Shinto Itian had 4 trusted guards: Quan Xiong, Xialeng, Xuechen, and Green Snake. Each of these 4 people had their own strengths, and they were all dangerous people who were difficult to deal with. However, the most terrifying person was still their master. Why is Shinto Itian targeting little Yao? Long Xuanchuang couldn't help but ask this question in the end. Luo Mengchang, Lung Lingyan, and the others all subconsciously looked at Chu Hen. A trace of coldness flashed through Chu Hen's eyes as he spat out a few words coldly. Seize the bloodline boundary. Oh? Long Xuanchuang couldn't help but be slightly surprised. She'd heard a little about Shinto Itian. The bloodline boundary of Innocence Valley's wedding cloak, profound physique, possessed the ability to seize the bloodline boundary of another and use it for himself. For example, Valley Master Shinto Changkong's illusory sky profound body was something that he had plundered from others. But what puzzled Long Xuanchuang was that Yi Yao and she were both from Blazing Rain City, and they'd grown up together. It seemed like the strongest bloodline of the Yi family's ancestor was merely the lunar battle physique. With Shinto Itian's vision, how could he possibly take a fancy to a battle physique? Could it be profound body, little Yao's bloodline has mutated, yin yang, profound body? This simple sentence instantly dispelled Long Xuanchuang's confusion. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes and murmured, maybe it will be upgraded to whoosh. A shapeless coldness silently suffused the surroundings. So long as he thought about how Shinto Itian had used the soul parting powder to control Yi Yao's mind and fed her a large amount of heaven tribulation pills to stimulate the potential of the yin-yang profound body, killing intent arose in Chu Hen's heart. Looking at Chu Hen's face that was covered in frost, Luo Mengchang indicated to Long Xuanchuang that there was no need to ask any further. How was the situation at the Great Dao Cliff now? Was Yi Yao safe and sound? Everything was unknown, and asking too much would only make Chu Hen feel even more anxious in his heart. Lung Lingyan lightly heaved a sigh of relief. Shinto Itian is extremely difficult to deal with. We must be careful again and again. Humph! A wisp of a slightly ruthless arc appeared on the corners of Chu Hen's mouth, and his deep gaze looked towards the halo of dawn that was gradually piercing through the layer of clouds. His gaze was like an arrow that was filled with ruthlessness. No matter how difficult he is to deal with, I still want to skin him alive. They hurried on without stopping, and in the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. Relying on the medicinal pills and grains that Hua, Shui provided to replenish their exhausted energy, the crowd did not close their eyes and followed closely behind Chu Hen without saying a word. Swoosh! When the dawn of the 7th day arrived, the bright morning sunlight dyed the horizon golden. The multicolored light first shone on Chu Hen's face. The distinct outline of his face had a kind of enchanting demeanor. We've arrived at the Great Dao Cliff. Lung Lingyan's words were like a cardiac stimulant, causing everyone's heart to tremble immediately, followed closely by a great deal of seriousness and solemnity. The Great Dao Cliff. It was an extremely ancient and mysterious place in the ancient, desolate heaven domain. Not many people set foot in it, and there was very little information about this place. At a glance, what appeared before everyone's eyes were mountains and boulders that towered into the clouds, piercing straight into the sky. Countless cliffs were extremely abrupt, as if they were split open by a sharp sword. They were so deep that they could not see the bottom. It was like a prison that imprisoned ancient ferocious beasts, and also like an abyss that led to hell. However, in this place full of cliffs, there were strange and ancient architectural sculptures. Some of the buildings were straight up to the sky, with a platform at the top like an ancient castle. Some were narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, with a sharp tip at the top and a square, triangular pyramid at the bottom. The morning sunlight sprinkled down like a dense fairy mist. The many strange and peculiar buildings gave people an indescribable sense of awe. It was as if these buildings were left behind by the ancient saints, which made people stay away from them in awe. Swoosh! Without any hesitation or pause, Chu Hen took the lead and stepped into the great Dao cliff. The crowd followed closely and went straight into the inner region. The great Dao cliff was filled with strange rocks, and there were many natural moats. There were countless giant ravines that crossed from east to west, from north to south, and they were mysterious and unpredictable, as if a dragon was entrenched there. The deeper they went, the more strange and ancient buildings they saw. There was a dock built by the river and an extraordinary ancient tower. They couldn't help but wonder what was hidden here. "Stop in front!" Chu Hen's sudden order caused everyone to be startled. Before they could ask anything, Chu Hen had already taken the lead and landed on a mountain peak in front of them. "What's wrong?" asked Long Xuan Xuan. "Everyone, rest and recover your primordial essence first. Even an Iron Man would not be able to endure 7 consecutive days of nonstop travel." Although Chu Hen was anxious, he did not lose his rationality. In this state, if he fought with Wuong Valley head-on, he would definitely be at a great disadvantage. "For hours," said Chu Hen. Everyone immediately understood and nodded solemnly. They sat down cross-legged and began to recover their primordial essence. "Nong Chi." "Yes. Go and investigate the situation in front. It would be best if you can find people from Wuong Valley, but remember not to alert them." Nong Chi had extraordinary senses. She could sense the aura fluctuations of others from miles away, so it was most appropriate to send her to investigate. "I understand." Nong Chi agreed without hesitation. Haozi walked forward and said, "Mu Feng and I will go with you." Chu Hen nodded. "That's good." Thanks to the powerful power in the star mystic realm, Haozi and Mu Feng now had extremely strong combat power. With the two of them accompanying them, they could ensure Nong Chi's safety. Mu Feng glanced sideways, his eyes full of disdain. He muttered softly, "If you want to go, just go. Why do you have to drag me along? Damn it, cut the crap. The situation is urgent. In the future, just ask Chu Hen for some compensation." Haozi forcibly dragged Mu Feng away and stood beside Nong Chi to protect her. The three of them transformed into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 853. Great Dao Cliff. "Little Yao, where are you now?" At the peak of the mountain, the cold wind was blowing. On Mount Kuan Lu, everyone from the profound ice mansion was sitting on the ground, resting and recovering the physical and mental energy they had used up in the past 7 days. Only Chu Hen found it hard to calm down. He stood alone on the edge of the cliff, looking at the mysterious cliff in front of him that seemed to be shrouded in mist. To be honest, he should have looked for news of Innocence Valley on the first day he entered the ancient, desolate Heaven Domain. But at that time, they were ambushed by the Blood Refining Hall, and Mount Kuan Lu almost couldn't protect itself. Coupled with the many guests, it was already very fast for them to find the location of Innocence Valley. He could only hope that Yi Yao could deal with Shinta Etienne and delay him until he found them. "Great Dao Cliff," Chu Hen muttered to himself. When he heard these 3 words for the first time, Chu Hen immediately thought of the Great Dao Divine Stone, the mysterious treasure. In the ancient times, there was a powerful person who gathered the power of the universe and used heaven and earth as a furnace to refine the supreme divine item, the Great Dao Divine Stone. Those who practiced the Great Dao could move the stars, avoid death and prolong life, manipulate the universe and everything. The Great Dao Divine Stone had the power to control the sun and moon, stabilize yin and yang, suppress evil spirits, and fuse heaven and earth with everything. There were 2 fragments of the Great Dao Divine Stone in Chu Hen's true Yuan Violet Palace. One of them was left by Yi Yao. Shinto Etienne spent so many years meticulously planning this, and his ultimate goal was to let Yi Yao's yin-yang profound body evolve into a saint body, and then use the power of the wedding dress bloodline to steal it. But how could it be easy to complete the step of evolving a saint body? No one knew what method Shinto-Itian would use to achieve this plan. As for whether or not it was related to the great Tao Divine Stone, that was only a guess. Just as Chu Hen was feeling annoyed, a soft and boneless little hand lightly grasped his palm. Chu Hen was startled. He turned his body to look, and what entered his eyes was Luo Mingshan's beautiful and moving face. "You should have a good rest. Your eyes are a little bloodshot," Luo Mengchang called softly, and the fingertips of her other hand slid across Chu Hen's cheek. It was like a gentle breeze on a sunny day in an ancient city, cool and moving. The waves in Chu Hen's heart quietly calmed down. "I understand. I'm just a little worried. You should believe in little Yao. I think she will definitely delay until we find her. You, on the other hand, if you don't maintain your best condition, everything you've done before will be in vain. You should rest. I'll wait here for Hausi's news." And Chu Hen nodded, a hint of gentleness between his brows. "It's great to have you here. I hope you'll be by my side for the rest of my life." Luo Mingshang also smiled. Her beautiful smile was like a white pear flower. She patted Chu Hen's shoulder lightly and watched him sit down. She closed her eyes and adjusted his breathing. Then she silently said in her heart, "All right." Once he settled his mind, fatigue came especially quickly. Chu Hen immediately entered into a meditative state. His consciousness entered the purple palace of true origin, where a lot of energy was gathered. In the sky, 7 stars were arranged in a dipper shape, shining brightly and shining with a dazzling holy light. He was still 3-star beads away from the complete 7-star soul beads. Now, only the last layer of the 7-star scripture, the W chapter, had not been cultivated. The minimum requirement was to be at the 7th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Chu Hen tried to secretly circulate the W chapter cultivation method. An unending stream of true essence flowed through all the major meridians in his body. In just an instant, he had completed a full circulation. It was surprisingly smooth. Chu Hen's heart was endlessly shocked. One must know that the cultivation of the first 6 chapters were each more difficult than the last. But what made people feel even more surprised was that the 7th chapter, which was the highest level, was instead as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. Soon, Chu Hen understood that this was most likely because of the soul of the 7 stars. After obtaining the soul of the 7 stars, he could clearly and intensely feel the power of the stars above the 9 heavens. Naturally, his cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. Wang. Traces of obscure rhythm surged out from within Chu Hen's body. Silver holy splendor that faintly seeped into the thin gauze attached to and spat out of his body. Luo Mingshang quietly guarded beside Chu Hen. Her clear eyes looked at the outline of his face, as if she was guarding the love of her life. "I hope that there is someone like you, regardless of time, fearless of wind and rain. As long as it's you in the end, it's fine." Time passed minute by minute and second by second. When there was only a quarter left before the 4 hours were up, a few hurried, wind-breaking sounds made Chu Hen, Long Xuan, Lun Lingyan, and the others open their eyes suddenly. Wow! The silver starlight attached to Chu Hen's body was like a circle of water ripples, surging and blooming. He stood up with the others, and his bright eyes looked directly at the 3 figures that flashed down. After nearly 4 hours of investigation, Hausi, Mufeng, and Nongqi looked slightly solemn. "What's the situation?" Chu Hen went straight to the point. He did not want to waste a moment. "We found a rather strange place, but we can't be 100% sure that Innocence Valley is there." Nongqi said, "If the information is correct, I think it should be." Hausi added. He first glanced at Lun Lingyan, then said, "We expanded the search area towards the 2 wings, and there is only one place with aura flow." In an instant, lightning seemed to flash in Chu Hen's eyes. He said to Halsey and the others, "Rest for an hour before we set off." "What's there to rest for? Let's get started." Mufong raised his demon sword and waved it twice. He did not look tired at all. Halsey was also full of energy. Only Nongchi looked a little tired. After all, the two of them had stayed in the Star Tower Mystic Realm for a few days. Coupled with their higher cultivation levels, their stamina was incomparable to Nongchi's. "I'm fine too." Even so, Nongchi still said there was no need to delay. After all, everyone knew how anxious Chu Hen was right now. Chu Hen did not insist. His eyes were like torches as he swept his gaze across everyone. "Let's go." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, everyone was like a sharp sword piercing into the belly of the great Dow Cliff. Their auras were monstrous, and they moved across the void. Under Nong Chi's guidance, the group crossed one precipitous mountain after another and crossed over one bottomless abyss after another. Finally, a majestic and imposing natural chasm appeared before everyone's eyes. The natural chasm ran straight ahead, like a line connecting to the sky. The mountains on both sides were extremely steep, as if they had been cut by a knife. The majestic aura was like a giant guarding the place. However, in the sky above the heavenly chasm, there was actually a sky screen. Chapter 854. What's that? Buzz, looking at the gigantic sky screen blocking the sky above the natural chasm. The people of Mount Kunlu and the mysterious ice sect stopped in their tracks. They followed Chu Hen, Long Xuanchuang, Luo Mingshan, and the others and landed on a mountain peak. The vast sky was like a sea market, and it was like the Milky Way that stretched across the east and west. It exuded a majestic aura like an iron wall, causing people to shrink back and feel fear. "It's a barrier." Long Xuanchuang's eyes focused and said coldly, "Looks like someone sealed this place." Was it done by people from Innocence Valley? Suddenly, right at this moment, numerous icy cold auras surged out. I was wondering who had such a grand entrance. "So it's that little brother from Mount Kunliu. It's been a long time, hee." Her silvery bell-like laughter had a kind of charm that could make one's heart go numb. Then a colorful giant python coiled around the top of a mountain in front of them like a coiling dragon. Everyone's expression changed slightly, revealing a look of surprise. "It's the Heavenly Serpent Clan." Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. "It's you." The multicolored python also laughed with a chi-chi sound. Its vertical pupils stared at Chu Hen with great interest. "So little brother still remembers big sister. It's really an honor." Whoosh! Then the colorful python turned into a shadow. At the same time, its huge body shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a seductive young woman. Her colorful dress was sexy and seductive, and her dark green eyes were strange and filled with a dangerous aura. Hiss! Immediately after, huge snakes rapidly flashed behind the enchanting woman. The vicious snakes entrenched themselves. Such a scene would cause one's back to feel a faint numbness. "Humph, it's you, you damned bastard." A voice filled with hatred rang out, and a gust of cold wind blew past. A blurry figure flashed past, and a one-armed man appeared beside the seductive woman. "It's Qi Lianchong," Dan Zhen said casually. In addition to Chu Hen, it was not the first time Dan Zhen, Haozi, Fu Qin, Hua Shui, and the others had seen these two people. Back when he was collecting the Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow tokens, he had fought a fierce battle with the Heavenly Serpent Clan's Qi Lianchong at the Wind-Soaring Origin. At that time, there was also an expert from the Fong clan who had formed an alliance with Qi Lianchong. After Chu Hen killed the Liao expert, Haozi's unexpected appearance caused Qi Lianchong to retreat. Later, outside of Jilu City, the team led by Dan Jin had a fierce battle with the team of the Blood Refining Hall. Qi Lianchong appeared quietly with this colorful giant snake. At the critical moment, Chu Hen arrived in time, and Dan Jin and the others survived. After exchanging blows, Chu Hen crushed Qi Liancheng's arm with a single sword strike. The rainbow-colored python did not linger, and it left with Qi Liancheng. Chu Hen more or less had some impression of that colorful female snake. However, what surprised everyone was that they would meet at the Great Tao Cliff today. Moreover, there were so many people from the Heavenly Snake Clan here. Although Qi Liancheng's face is filled with fierceness as he stared at Chu Hen, the seductive serpent woman is still smiling. Meeting each other is fate. Big sister is called Lan Nuo. I wonder what is little brother's great name. Chu Hen. Chu Hen replied indifferently. Good name. Lan Nuo covered her mouth and chuckled. She was very seductive. May I know why little brother Chu Hen is here? I want to see if I can be of help. After a while, Lan Nuo became close to Chu Hen. Qi Liancheng could not help but feel angry. However, he knew how scary Lan Nuo was, so he did not dare to say anything. Lan Nuo's seductiveness was irresistible to most men in the world. However, in terms of appearance, she was inferior to Luo Mingshang, Long Xuanchuang, and Lang Lingyan from Chu Hen's point of view. Her charm would not have much of an effect. Roar! Snake woman, you're too slow. Who are you? Get out of here immediately. Accompanied by a tiger-like roar, a burly figure with a fierce aura suddenly jumped out from behind a huge mountain. He somersaulted in the air and landed heavily on a mountain in front of him. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains trembled. Deep cracks quickly spread under the man's feet. They were winding and rugged, reaching halfway up the mountain. Following that, dozens of figures with strong and fierce auras appeared. They stood on one side of the Heavenly Snake Clan, guarding the two sides of the chasm. What a strong and fierce aura! The people from the mysterious ice sect could not help but frown. They saw that this group of people was tall and sturdy. They were 2 to 3 meters tall, like small giants. Apart from that, they had a lot of hair on their bodies, especially on their faces. They looked like ferocious tigers. The person in the lead was nearly 4 meters tall. His long golden hair was draped behind his head, and there were colorful stripes on his forehead. He looked very fierce. It's the Tiger-Striped Clan. A mysterious ice sect's disciple said in a deep voice, Tiger-Striped Clan? The people behind Chu Hen had a solemn expression on their faces. Similar to the Heavenly Snake Clan, the Tiger-Striped Clan was a special and powerful clan in the Eastern Victory State. As the name suggested, the Tiger-Striped Clan was different from ordinary people. They had a bloodline that was closer to fierce beasts. The Tiger-Striped Clan was born with great strength, and they were brave and loved to fight. The lethality of their physical bodies was not any weaker than the Liao clan. Both clans were clans that loved to kill. Heavenly Snake Clan and Tiger-Striped Clan. The experts of the two tribes were guarding the two sides of the road. This was definitely a very rare sight. Furthermore, there were only a handful of people in the Eastern Victory region who could make these two tribes work for them. In particular, apart from the protectors, there was also a powerful barrier in the sky separating them. What was behind them? It made people even more curious. Hey, Big Brother Nuya, don't be angry. This is a rising star from Mount Kunlu. I know him. Lan Nuo did not know what she was thinking. She smiled charmingly. I wonder why you're here at the Great Tao Cliff. I'm looking for someone. Faced with the fierce aura of the two clans, Chu Hen's eyes showed only a hint of surprise. His voice was still calm. Oh, Lamia Lan Nuo was slightly surprised. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. Who are you looking for? Wuwang Valley. Shintu I Tian. Shintu I Tian. The cold words came out of Chu Hen's mouth without any pause. They were like sharp swords that pierced the eardrums. Hua! As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of cold wind swept through the area, and the stones and sand on the ground flew up. Nuya and the others from the Tiger-Striped Clan were aggressive. Their hair stood on end, and their faces were filled with killing intent. Regarding the Heavenly Snake Clan's colorful Lamia, this character has only appeared once before. If you've forgotten, you can look back at the previous chapters. They are Chapter 722, Chaotic Slaughter, and Chapter 723, Sword of the Sect Leader. Chapter 855, I'm looking for Shinto Etienne, whoosh. An ice-cold, ferocious aura swept across the entire area as soon as Chu Hen finished speaking. In an instant, everyone from the Tiger Stripe clan felt their hair stand on end. Their eyes were cold and filled with hostility. Scram as far as you can before I start a massacre. Nuya's eyes were scarlet and his fangs were exposed. He was like an enraged tiger. On the other side, Lan Nua from the Heavenly Serpent clan was also surprised. She was surprised by Chu Hen's purpose. Looking at the emotional changes of the people from the Tiger Stripe clan and the Heavenly Serpent clan, Chu Hen was almost certain that the people from Innocence Valley were in the area behind them. It seemed like he had found the right place. It was also called Mount Kunliu. The people from the mysterious ice sect became even more cautious. Shinto Etienne had actually ordered the experts from these two clans to act as guards. In the eyes of outsiders, this was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, it was extremely terrifying when one thought about it carefully. This was sufficient to show that Shinto Etienne was absolutely brewing an extremely shocking scheme. Extremely cautious. Extremely cautious. Shinto Etienne definitely didn't want anyone to disturb him. That was why he made such a big move. Chu Hen's eyes unconsciously filled with traces of frost. Today, no matter who it was, no one would be able to stop his determination to save Yi Yao. Get out of the way. Humph, how arrogant. I'd like to see what kind of storm a mere Mount Kunliu can cause. Knew you didn't give in at all. His face was filled with disdain. Wait, Lan Nua from the Heavenly Serpent clan stopped Nuya. She smiled at Chu Hen and said, I say, little brother Chu Hen, it's better for you to listen to me. Leave this place as soon as possible. Look at the barrier behind us. As Lan Nua spoke, she turned her body sideways and raised her thumb and middle finger. Then she pointed at the barrier that was like a layer of light screen of the Milky Way. I won't hide it from you. This dark flame barrier took young Master Shinto nearly a month to complete. Calling it an impenetrable wall is too much. Not to mention, you guys, even a profound sky realm expert might not be able to break it in a short period of time. Dark flame barrier? On Mount Kunliu, many people from the mysterious ice sect were secretly shocked. Huh. Mu Feng walked out with the Buddha demon, sword on his shoulder. He slanted his eyes and teased, Are you trying to scare me? Is he really that powerful? Lan Nua smiled charmingly. If you don't believe me, you can try. I'll give it a try. Mu Feng wasn't careless. He stomped on the ground and soared into the sky, and a strand of boundless fiendish devil chi surged out, causing the temperature of the airflow in the heavens and the earth to plummet, and a blue light surged out in all directions like a tide. Soon after, surging demonic aura covered Mu Feng's demonic sword like ghost flames. His body moved, and he charged towards the sky in front of him. His arms raised the demonic sword high up, and he swung it towards the sky with the momentum of splitting the heavens. This marshal has arrived. Those who have wives, hold on tight. Hiss! A deafening and heavy sound shook the heavens. Mu Feng's powerful strike landed heavily on the barrier. In an instant, a layer of strange, dark, gray, cold flame was released from the light barrier in the blink of an eye. The incomparably strange, gray flames spread out in circles, like ripples on the surface of the water. However, the surface of the barrier only caved in by about half an inch. The true essence devil chi that lingered at the tip of the Buddha demon sword continued to attack, but to no avail. Boom! Following that, the layer of demonic aura that covered Mu Feng's body collapsed, and an incomparably powerful recoil came whistling down. Mu Feng was directly sent flying. Haozi hurriedly released a strong and gentle true essence force and pushed it towards Mu Feng's back, causing him to fall back to his original position. How are you? Are you all right? How's he asked. Mu Feng turned his head, and his voice dragged out as he pretended to be relaxed. I can still hold on. My hand is just a little numb. Lamia Lan Nua giggled. I said that this dark flame barrier is not something that can be broken by ordinary people. If you hadn't retreated quickly just now, you would have already been turned into ashes. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They didn't expect that they would encounter such a huge obstacle before even seeing the people from Innocence Valley. Shintuitian was really good at setting up traps. Everything was done flawlessly. How is it? You still don't plan to leave? Lan Nua smiled at Chu Hen again. Long Xuan Shuang, Luo Mingshang, and the others also looked at Chu Hen. However, from the beginning to the end, Chu Hen's expression was quite calm. At this moment, his heart was actually calm, looking at Chu Hen's emotionless face. The tiger-striped race's Nuya revealed a fierce light. Roar! Nuya immediately soared into the sky, and with a shocking ferocity, he stretched out his sharp claws and attacked Chu Hen. You hesitated for too long. Bang! The violent impact and explosion immediately reverberated in the air. Just as Nuya's sharp claws were about to fall on Chu Hen's neck, Chu Hen swept out like a phantom and heavily kicked his opponent's chest. Nuya, who was caught off guard, quickly fell to the ground and heavily smashed into a mountain peak, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Roar! However, very quickly his opponent jumped out of the pile of rocks, as if nothing had happened. His face was full of ferocity. Tear them apart! Roar! Kill! A great battle was about to start. The experts of the tiger-striped race exploded with violent energy. The veins on their arms bulged, and their claws and teeth became sharp. In an instant, they went berserk. Humph! A group of savage beasts. Not to be outdone, the experts of the mysterious ice sect on Mount Kunliu all drew their swords and prepared to fight. The heavenly serpent race also joined the battle without any hesitation. The ice-cold aura was incomparably cold, and a fierce battle quietly unfolded. I say, little brother, Big Sister had the intention to let you go, but you are so stubborn. Don't blame me. Lan Nua's snake eyes were dark green. She opened her mouth and spat out a scarlet tongue, causing one's scalp to go numb. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold as he coldly replied, Humph! Thank you for your kindness. Bang! The two's palms collided, and a surging chi wave spread out from the middle. The true elemental energy was crushed into pieces, and Lan Nua was directly pushed back. I haven't seen you for a long time, and your cultivation seems to have improved a lot. I have underestimated you. However, Chu Hen did not seem to have the intention to continue fighting. He turned around and said to Luo Mengchang and Long Xuanshuang, Mengchang, protect Second Sister. Second Sister, let me borrow your mystic rain bow. The two girls were startled, but before they had the time to ask, Chu Hen had already flashed and went straight to the dark flame barrier in the sky. Stinking brat, today I will take revenge for my broken arm. The heavenly serpent clan's Qi Lian Chong angrily rushed towards Chu Hen. An ice-cold, ferocious aura rushed over like a wave, and behind Qi Lian Chong, a frightening serpent shadow that was like a dragon could be faintly seen. The sky darkened, and the temperature plummeted. The huge serpent shadow was like an ancient, ferocious creature. It opened its huge mouth and attacked Chu Hen with the power to swallow the sky. Ha! The corner of Chu Hen's mouth raised into a disdainful arc, and his mind moved. Chi. Streaks of black lightning immediately rushed out of Chu Hen's body and covered his whole body, jumping wantonly and frightening. In the next moment, Chu Hen actually stepped forward and faced the giant serpent head-on. Boom! The deafening sound came one after another. The moment the fierce serpent shadow touched Chu Hen, it was like a stone pillar that had been pierced by a meteorite, and it collapsed inch by inch. The chaotic true origin power was directly crushed, and the huge serpent shadow from head to tail was torn into pieces. Chu Hen's attack was like a sharp blade, unstoppable. What? Qi Liancheng's face changed dramatically, and his eyes were filled with deep shock. It had only been a short time since they last met, but Chu Hen's strength had already surpassed him by a few hundred times. Whoosh! The sharp sound of wind breaking pierced his eardrums. Qi Liancheng only saw a shadow flash in front of him, and a cold wind blew against his face. In the next moment, Chu Hen had already appeared in front of him. Humph, if I want to kill you, it will be as easy as flipping my palm. Today, in front of me, is there any difference between you and an ant? Qi Liancheng's pupils shrank, and great fear filled his entire face. Chu Hen evilly smiled and struck out with his palm. As light as a feather, it landed on his opponent's body. Bang! The seemingly soft and powerless palm was actually the force of a mountain torrent. Qi Liancheng was sent flying like a sandbag, and with an unstoppable speed, he smashed into the sky barrier that spanned across the sky. Boom! Qi Liancheng heavily bombarded the dark flame barrier, and like a bird that had fallen into a net, an extremely powerful energy fluctuation was released from the dark flame barrier. Strange, dark, gray flames immediately engulfed the entire barrier, and circles of light like the surface of a lake swept in all directions. Ah! Qi Liancheng screamed in pain, and the dark, gray flames directly enveloped his entire body. Almost at the same time, Chu Hen's eyes suddenly opened, and a purple light surged in the depths of his pupils, and 4 black dots rapidly rotated. Demon Eye! Buzz! In an instant, Chu Hen's visual space underwent a huge change. The world spun and the space distorted. The structure and appearance of the dark flame barrier in front of him appeared almost transparent in front of Chu Hen's eyes. The dark flame barrier was like a huge net. Qi Liancheng, who fell on it, was like a mosquito. Every time he struggled, the huge net would slightly tremble. A slight ripple spread out. Chu Hen's gaze suddenly focused. His attention immediately fell on a position about 200 meters below Qi Liancheng. The barrier there was slightly thinner than other places, and the color was relatively lighter. Found it. Chu Hen was secretly happy. He was right. Ah! Together with a powerless hoarse scream, Qi Liancheng was directly burned to ashes by the power of the dark flame barrier. However, Chu Hen acted as if he didn't see it. With a thought, a brilliant light flashed, and a holy axe that shone with golden light appeared in his hand. Holy Cutter Axe. This was the spoil of war he obtained from Shao Meng of the Heaven Unified Dynasty after the battle on the immortal Prime platform. Buzz. Without any hesitation, a vast amount of true essence quickly flowed into the Holy Cutter Axe. The holy axe shone with golden light, as if it was covered in a layer of holy light. Chu Hen spread out his arms and gathered power. Next, he threw the Holy Cutter Axe at full speed. Whoosh! The layers of air were split apart. The Holy Cutter Axe was like a spinning dart, and its speed was as fast as a meteor chasing after the moon. Boom! The Holy Cutter Axe's momentum seemed to be able to split the heavens, and it accurately struck a part of the dark flame barrier. An unprecedented violent tremor spread out in the sky. An entire barrier shook violently. The Holy Cutter Axe's sharp tip erupted with a powerful penetrative force, and it firmly blocked a part of the barrier. The dark, gray flame danced like a ghost. The entire barrier became uneasy, and under everyone's shocked gazes, the part that the Holy Cutter Axe was targeting was actually becoming transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, at the same time, the Holy Cutter Axe's sharp edge also became blunt. Chu Hen actually used a ranked holy tool as the price to forcefully attack the dark flame barrier. What a big move. But how did he know that that part was the weakest part? Not only Mount Kunliu and the mysterious ice sect were surprised, but even the experts of the Heavenly Snake Clan and the Tiger Stripe Clan were surprised. No matter how powerful the barrier was, it was impossible to cover everything. Even if it could be 100% perfect at the beginning, as time went by, there would still be weaker parts. This was Chu Hen's goal. He used his demon eyes to detect the weakest part and then sew the needle. I'm really surprised. Lan Nua chuckled, and her eyes were filled with admiration. However, this is far from enough to break the dark flame barrier. As soon as she finished speaking, the holy cutter axe was wrapped in a dark gray flame. The holy cutter axe was painted red, and it quickly melted, and a part of the barrier in front of it was already as thin as a piece of paper. Humph! Then Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and he shouted, "Mystic Rain Bow, I've been waiting for a long time." Chapter 856. Mystic Rain Bow. "I've been waiting for you," a clear and cold voice was transmitted, and everyone present was startled. Behind her, Long Xuanchuang's entire body was surging with a gorgeous ice blue light. She had already put the bowstring in her hand, and a crystal clear ice arrow was shining with a dazzling light. What? The expressions of the Heavenly Serpent clan and the Tiger Stripe clan changed dramatically. Whoosh! The next moment, Long Xuanchuang flicked her fingers, and the silky bowstring let out a soul-stirring sound. The ice energy between heaven and earth converged on the tip of the arrow like a whale sucking in water. The sharp arrow shot out like a divine light, and a powerful wave of air followed it across the sky. Block it? Nuya bellowed fiercely. Several experts of the Tiger Stripe clan responded and leaped up, trying to block it. However, the Mystic Rain Bow was the treasure of the mysterious ice sect, and its lethality was strong. How could they block it so easily? Hiss, 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 streams of blood splashed in the sky. Shrill screams overlapped with each other. The icy blue ice arrows pierced through the chests of the Tiger-Striped clan's hotshots. Then their momentum didn't diminish. They dashed towards the dark flame barrier like a rainbow, hitting the place where the holy slash axe had hit. Bang! The second wave of ferocious attacks poured down. The holy cutter axe was in front, and the mystic rain bow was behind. Chu Hen and Long Xuanchuang's teamwork was smooth like water, just right. In a split second, the entire dark flame boundary experienced an unprecedented turbulence. The huge sky shook uneasily. The ice blue arrow was extremely sharp, and it emitted a dazzling divine light. The paper-like boundary suddenly became transparent. Buzz. Immediately, under the shocked gazes of everyone present, the dark flame boundary, which had suffered 2 powerful attacks in a row, cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! The ice arrow pierced through the weakest part of the dark flame boundary like a hot knife through butter, tearing a 1-meter-wide gap. The impenetrable wall was blasted open at this moment. However, he didn't have any time to be happy. After the barrier was torn to more than a meter wide, it actually closed at a slow speed. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Hen's figure moved and immediately turned into a flowing shadow. "You guys stay here. I'll go in first." Everyone turned pale with fright. While they marveled at Chu Hen's decisiveness, they also felt worried for him. Hua! His movements were as fast as lightning and as graceful as a swan. Chu Hen flew into the crack and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Luo Mengchang and Long Xuanchuang wanted to follow closely behind, but the gap had already healed, and the weak light curtain quickly became thick and was covered with a layer of dark gray flame. The dark flame boundary returned to normal. Nothing had ever happened. After a short period of silence, Nuyo of the Tiger Stripe clan beamed a cruel smile. "You still want to face Shinto Etian alone? You're really courting death." Long Xuanchuang, Luo Mengchang, Kuan Lushan, and the people from the Ice Profound sect all had solemn expressions. However, since things had come to this, they had no other choice but to believe in Chu Hen. A cold, murderous aura once again quietly filled the air, and the piercingly cold killing intent grew rapidly. Kill! Whoosh! After passing through the dark flame boundary, another shocking scene appeared in front of Chu Hen. The mountains were even more majestic, the abyss was even larger, and the ancient buildings were even more spectacular. The mysterious triangular pyramid, the strange sculptures with jagged rocks, the huge towers and fortresses that were like the pillars of the sky. Everything exuded a sense of time. Vast and spectacular natural chasms meandered and rugged, like giant dragons crawling on the ground. Chu Hen's eyes slightly narrowed, and his heart was slightly restless. Buzz. At this moment, a strange energy fluctuation quietly became especially active in Chu Hen's body. This is... Chu Hen was stunned, and then his brows raised as he said to himself with slight astonishment, the divine Tao stone fragment, the strange energy fluctuation that came from within his body, came from the two divine Tao stone fragments in his true origin, Violet Palace. This feeling was like an acquaintance that had been separated for a long time was about to meet, and he could clearly feel the obscure fluctuation within it. In an instant, Chu Hen's thoughts from before couldn't help but be confirmed. In this way, the reason Shinta Etienne had brought Yi Yao here was most likely related to the divine Tao stone. Little Yao, big brother Chu Hen will find you very soon. Chu Hen clenched his fists, and his knuckles emitted a clear cracking sound. His gaze was like a sword that flickered with an icy cold light. The mountains were surrounded by spiritual mist. This was an ancient ruin that was far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. Numerous grand and imposing ancient buildings were scattered all over the place, and they stood at the peak of the mountains. When looking down at the ground, the layout was clear, and there were mountains and forests everywhere. It was truly blessed by nature and had a long history. At the center of the numerous ancient buildings stood an enormous stone tablet. This stone tablet was shaped like a mountain, and its imposing aura shot into the sky. It was like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon as it sat beneath the sky. The bottom of the stone tablet was buried deep underground, and the top of it rose into the sky. Its entire body was inscribed with countless mysterious and unfathomable ancient talismans. However, such an enormous stone tablet wasn't complete. This could be seen from the irregular edges of its edges. OM. The spiritual energy between the heavens and the earth formed a faint resonance. In the area above the mysterious stone tablet, a strange Tai Chi yin-yang diagram suddenly floated. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram spanned a kilometer in diameter, and it rotated slowly like a wheel that blotted out the sky. At the center of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram sat a delicate figure. It was a young girl. She sat quietly with her legs crossed, with her eyes closed. Her fair face and exquisite features made her seem like a statue. If one observed carefully, one would notice that an endless stream of Tai Chi yin-yang energy was being released from the mysterious stone tablet below. Countless strands of black and white light seemed to be sublimated, and they converged into the rotating Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram acted as a conductor before fusing into the girl's body. Tai Chi yin and yang energy were both part of the Grand Tao. Under the illumination of the two rays of light, the girl seemed beautiful and moving. With the stone tablet at the center, there were 10 people with steady auras guarding the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. These 10 experts sat in the air, guarding the girl from all directions. All of their gazes were like torches as they stared fixedly at the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. They practically didn't even blink, and they absolutely wouldn't allow the slightest mistake to occur. Young master, it's already been over a month. Why hasn't there been any movement? On an ancient, open-air city tower a few kilometers away from the stone tablet, there was a wide chair made of white jade that gave off a luxurious aura. On the jade chair, a man in luxurious clothes sat sideways, and a cynical smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. This person was none other than the young master of Innocence Valley, Shinta Etienne. It had to be said that Shinta Etienne was an extremely charming man. Although he seemed like a playboy, anyone who'd interacted with him knew that he was absolutely not someone to be trifled with. There's no rush. If it could be completed so easily, then it wouldn't be called saint physique. Shinta Etienne smiled faintly. Besides Shintu Itian, there were 4 other people standing on the city tower, 3 men and 1 woman. They were his 4 trusted guards, Guangxiong, Xiaoleng, Xuechen, and Qingxi. Unless there was a special mission, the 4 of them practically never left Shintu Itian's side. Absolute loyalty. In order to complete this plan, Shintu Itian had meticulously planned it for several years. In order to find a suitable physique, he'd spent countless manpower and resources. The 4 of them watched as Shintu Itian completed this plan step by step. It could be said that he'd worked hard and made great contributions. The great Tao Divine Stone really is worthy of being a supreme divine object in the world. It's been buried here for thousands of years, but it still contains supreme divine power. The ferocious Guangxiong said, "Of course, and this isn't even a complete, great Tao Divine Stone. I really don't know what kind of extraordinary existence an intact, great Tao Divine Stone is." Another trusted guard, Xiaoleng, also said in amazement, "If it's a complete, great Tao Divine Stone, I believe that it'll only take a few days for the bloodline to evolve, right?" Hearing their conversation, Shintu Itian smiled faintly. He casually picked up a wine glass next to him and played with it. He smiled with interest and said, "The great Tao Divine Stone is indeed a supreme divine item in the world, but most of the factors for the bloodline boundary to rise still depend on you, heir. The power of the great Tao contains the power of yin and yang. You, heir, who has the bloodline of yin and yang, can be said to be just right." Shintu Itian drank the remaining wine in his cup, then smiled again. "The heavens are also helping me, Shintu Itian, to find such a substitute master. After we leave the ancient, desolate heaven domain, in less than 100 years, our Without Wang Valley will no longer be weaker than the 1,000-world sect, Thunder Saint Palace, Palace of Juhua." Chapter 857. Great Tao Cliff, Yin-Yang Heaven, a mysterious and ancient stone tablet covered in strange runes, stood at the peak of the mountain like stars surrounding the moon. It was at the center of the many ancient and majestic buildings. 10 black-clothed experts with stable auras sat in the air like statues, guarding the surroundings of the Taiji Yin-Yang formation without moving. At the heart of the formation, a young girl was enveloped in dense yin and yang energy. Her pretty face was beautiful, but there was an indescribable sense of pity. This was the only thing Shintu Itian had done since the ancient desolation heaven domain opened. Honesty Valley didn't go anywhere. He went straight to the great Tao Cliff. This was a plan he had meticulously planned over the years. Now, it was about to reach the final stage. It was also the stage he looked forward to the most. The heavens are helping me, Shintu Itian, to find such a substitute master. After we leave the ancient desolation heaven domain, how can my Honesty Valley be weaker than the myriad world sect? Thunder Saint Palace, Juhua Palace. Above the ancient city, Shintu Itian stood up from his white jade chair. His eyes flickered with a fiery light and contained an enormous ambition. His 4 trusted guards behind him couldn't help but have burning looks on their faces as they said in unison, "We congratulate young master in advance for taking control of an area and achieving great things." "Ha ha ha ha!" Shintu Itian spread his arms and showed an extraordinary demeanor. "Young master, this servant has a question." Green Snake twisted her slender waist and said coquettishly, "After young master completes this plan, how will you deal with that woman?" His eyes flashed with a cold light as he glanced at the girl in the yin-yang formation above the great Tao Divine Stone. Shintu Itian raised his brows and looked at Green Snake lightly. "You said, Ching? Green Snake smiled coquettishly. "I think young master likes her a lot. Why don't you let her live after this is done? Then I'll train her to be a female slave and let her serve young master." Shintu Itian revealed a satisfied smile again and lifted Green Snake's sharp chin. "Ching knows this young master the best," the Green Snake giggled seductively. Xia Leng, Xue Chen, and Kuang Xiong could not help but curse inwardly. Others might not know, but they all knew. The female slaves, trained by Green Snake, could not be called humans at all. They had no dignity to speak of. However, Shinto Etian enjoyed the fruits of Green Snake's labor. At this moment, Xia Leng, Xue Chen, and the others could not help but feel pity for Yu Er's future. Once she fell into Shinto Etian's hands, even death would be a luxury. How miserable! Violent Bear sneered inwardly. Buzz! Suddenly, an obscure glyph appeared on the surface of the great Tao Divine Stone. Like a leaf falling into a calm lake, ripples spread out in all directions. The eyes of all the black-clothed experts around Yi Yao narrowed, and solemn expressions appeared on their faces. Young Master, the great Path Divine Stone is reacting strangely, one of the black-robed fighters said. The corners of Shinto Etian's mouth curled up, and he smiled with interest. Very good, since there's someone that can pass through my dark flame barrier. What? As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone in Innocence Valley was shocked. Young Master, did you say someone came in? Violent Bear frowned. Shinto Etian's expression was calm and condescending. He looked at the flickering glyph on the huge stone and could not help but sneer. Not only do I know someone came in, but I also know who it is. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Shinto Etian's eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of light. He glanced to the side and looked at the sky behind him. In the next moment, everyone caught sight of the obscure aura, along with the piercingly cold and powerful sword aura. A slightly thin young figure appeared in the sky like a divine rainbow. It's that bastard. When Violent Bear saw the person, he clenched his fists, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Apart from Shinto Etian, the other 3 were surprised. I'll go kill him right now. Violent Bear didn't waste his breath and directly stood up in a rage, and he gave rise to a ferocious aura that shot into the sky. What a kid! I let you slip away outside Songhai City that day. I never expected that you'd actually come knocking on my door today. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold as he recognized the person before him as well. At that time, Chu Hen had brought Yi Yao along to hide from pursuers in the forest outside Songhai City. In the end, it was Violent Bear who led a group of people to find them, and then he seized Yi Yao from Chu Hen's side and brought her back to Innocence Valley. Humph! A fierce, imposing aura surged out of Chu Hen's body, and it tore the air apart and emanated waves of air that shook the surroundings. When he saw Chu Hen advancing instead of retreating and charging over with a disdainful expression, Violent Bear was both shocked and furious. Did this bastard eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? How dare he offend me? You're courting death. Rumble! In an instant, a monstrous scarlet flame erupted from behind Violent Bear, like an erupting volcano. Strong winds howled, and the heavens and earth lost their color. Accompanied by a ferocious beast's roar that shook the heavens, an enormous phantom of a Violent Bear immediately condensed around Violent Bear. The gorgeous patterns of light converged, and Violent Bear's body rapidly became more solid. It waved its huge claws and charged straight at Chu Hen, who was not even the size of a finger. Just wait to be crushed! Roar! The enormous Violent Bear's strength could break mountains and rivers, and its momentum shook the heavens. It was incomparably violent and ferocious. Chu Hen was unmoved, and he suddenly sped up. Along with a series of blurry afterimages that flashed through the sky, Chu Hen instantly transformed into a white humanoid sword aura and charged forward. The sound of strong winds being cut apart was rapid and ear-piercing. In the next instant, the enormous Violent Bear collided with the white humanoid sword aura head-on. Bang! There was a deafening explosion, and it was as if stars and moon had collided. A dazzling wave of light that spanned thousands of feet bloomed from within. Its surging momentum shook the heavens and swept in all directions under the astonished gazes of the people from Innocence Valley. The enormous Violent Bear that shook the heavens and earth was pierced through from front to back, and then it exploded into pieces. Ugh! A large mouthful of blood gushed out from the Fury Bear's mouth. The latter was like a sandbag that had suffered a heavy blow as it shot down diagonally and smashed heavily onto the mountain wall of a mountain range. Mountain rocks flew into the air while dense cracks spread out on the mountain wall like a spider web. Violent Bear's face was ghastly pale. His eyes widened in anger and shock. How was this possible? It had to be known that Chu Hen could not even withstand a single attack from him at that time. If he had not run away quickly, Violent Bear might have ended Chu Hen's life back then. Whoosh! Dust filled the air, and sword rays fell like rain. Chu Hen stood proudly in the void. His body was surrounded by invisible sword chi, following him like a shadow. He did not spare Violent Bear another glance. His deep and cold gaze was like an arrow that shot straight at the young figure with an extraordinary bearing on the open-air city tower. He spat out a few words coldly,